We talked many times with people who claim that they've been to other planets. We talked to a man by the name of the Mystic Barber, the mystical tonsorial artist from Brooklyn, who claims he can astrally project himself to the moon and back at will. And we've talked to people who've been to Mars and to Venus. At least this is the stories that they've told us. But when a man like Ivan Sanderson, the noted zoologist, is going to sit in front of these microphones for some 5.5 hours and tell us that there may be little people arriving on this planet from other planets, then I begin to wonder, maybe there's something to it. Isabel Davis is with us this morning. Miss Davis has spent a considerable amount of time investigating the subject that we're going to discuss this morning. Harden Stephenson, editorial director of Fantastic Universe, is with us. Mr. Sanderson has an article that was written by Ivan Sanderson. It will appear in which edition?
It'll appear in the issue on sale the month next week.
This was a bad booking, wasn't it? We should have saved it. Well, what'll be the date on it?
In the March issue.
March issue?
Yeah.
On the stands?
That's right. It'll be on the stand. It's in the paper. 15 November.
15th of November?
Yeah.
You can see he is not the circulation manager.
Yeah.
He's the editor.
Yeah.
No, he expects to sell extra copies to people who might get the wrong issue first and have to get the second one later. Very clever.
You get paid, too, from that company.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Fine.
Everybody go out and buy.
Don't tell him how much. Don't tell him how much.
Lester Del Rey is with us, the author of the book entitled Rocket Through Space, published by Winston and Ben Iskwith, the cybernetician. I think that you'll be with us right through till 5:30 once we get this rolling. And to get it rolling, Ivan, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, you sent me a letter, and in the letter, you put in quotes, a little green man story. Do you honestly think that there's a possibility of people landing on this planet from other planets? Is this possible, Ivan? Let's forget about the green part or the orchid part or whatever color they may be. Is this possible, Ivan?
Well, I will only answer that, John, if I may say, first of all, that they are little, some. They're not green and they're not men. All right. Apart from that, could there be life forms or with intelligence or without intelligence that have come to this Earth, may still be coming? I say yes. I think we have every evidence for it.
What was that last day?
We have every necessary evidence for that fact.
Who has this evidence?
We have it right in our scientific publications today, to be drawn from all different sources. I'm not talking, look, may I pontificate for a moment? In fact, make a little speech. The first one will be directed at Lester Del Rey. He's my very dear friend. But if he's going to sit here tonight and say I don't believe anything, there will be no further discussion.
I believe many things. I don't necessarily believe any of this.
Well, if you're going to say that, we don't get anywhere. But as to John...
You can't convince me if I don't believe
we're
already.
going to discuss it. I'm not arguing.
But you're saying I can't get anywhere unless I already believe.
No, but I said, if you're going to sit down at the beginning and say, I'm not going to believe anything about this...
I did not say so. I say I believe many things.
But
Well, if it's only 6 after 1, let's save the hassle for a little while.
No, this time you've got to be logical. And if I say that...
Will you define that word?
Logical, yes, I certainly will define it.
Yes.
In other words, think, dear boy.
Oh.
And listen to what I'm saying.
Don't use logic, but think.
Right. Now listen to what I'm saying. Now listen to what I'm saying. I said, if you're going to sit here all night and say, I never believed in any of this, and I'm not going to believe any of it, in other words, you're not going to listen to the evidence and discuss it, not argue about it, but discuss it. If you're going to get off onto tangents, I'm afraid we won't get anything interesting out of it. But this stuff is here, Long John, and now addressing remarks to you. The so-called evidence, or the actual evidence, is in print already, and not from a lot of idiot crackpots who say they've been to the moon. And I'm sorry that I don't dig any of that stuff at all. I think it's a lot of complete rubbish. They don't have any evidence of any kind. If they have, I've yet to see it. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about stuff that's in print, mostly in well-recognized and established orthodox scientific journals and such. in addition to that, there is an awful lot of stuff, facts, recorded in this book that you have in front of you, Flying Saucers and the Straight Line Theory by M. Michel, which has been translated by Isabel Davis and Lex Nevin. We'll go into that later. But I think that there is something to be discussed here if we're not going to be altogether facetious about it. In other words, let's be serious about the subject and as idiotic about ourselves as we can, all right? Good. My pontifications are now over, dear boy.
Thank you.
And I'm your guest.
What happened to you all of a sudden?
What happened to me?
I mean, nothing has been said, and you're ready to...
The presupposition, although perhaps not intended here, is that a certain measure of belief is a desirable thing. I maintain that the presupposition for any scientific discussion is that no belief shall be involved. One shall look at the evidence, but belief does not enter into it. The burden of the proof lies upon the man who puts up the theory. It is up to him to prove it to the satisfaction of all others. This may be more than a lifetime job, but it is still his burden. It is not mine belief.
Yeah, but you're already muddling the issue. I did not say that. I said that if you're going to sit here and say I won't believe, it's not worth discussing.
I did not say that. You put the words in my mouth.
I did, intentionally.
Brass.
I wanted to be quite clearly understood at the beginning.
Let's talk with Isabel Davis for a moment. Isabel, you've been on the party line, I think, 2 or 3 times.
Yes, I have done. I've had the pleasure of being here, I think, about 2.5 times before.
I think the half time was you arrived about 2:30 in the morning with cake.
Oh, I wish it had been me, but it must have been some other lady, because
You came here from a party, Lex Nebel and Ted Blocher.
I came from a party, but if I brought cake, it wasn't really a big enough one for me to remember it.
One complained.
Oh, well, I thought of bringing you a cake tonight, but I just didn't have time to make it.
Fine. Now, I want to ask you this question. I never realized until... No, I don't know who it was that told me, but I know somebody connected with CSI, which is Civilian Saucer Intelligence. I have been told that you, Isabel Davis, Lex Nevin, and Ted Blocher believe in the little green men theory. Is that true?
Well, with reservations, I think I'd better say yes and no in answer to that. Not little green men, because as Arden has pointed out in his article, they really are not green. I don't think there's a single little green man. There's one that I think was dressed in green. That was the little Brush Creek man. But none whose color is really green. And where the expression came from, we have really looked for. We tried to find what case it was that gave rise to that expression. And I think the only reason why it occurred is because of the association with elves and pixies and so forth. And also it sounds much sillier, if anyone wants to laugh at it. It sounds much sillier to talk about little green men than just about little men. Well, I don't want to commit anyone to any belief except myself. I will say this, that we feel there are 2 things we have come, 2 conclusions we've come to from studying a number of these cases. And the first of them is that they are entirely different. This is a very important point, and one that I hope that we'll be able to discuss a little further. These little men cases are different in almost every respect from the contact cases. They should not be confused with them because I can point out 15 or 20 ways in which they are totally the opposite of those cases. The other thing is that in at least, let's say 4 or 5 cases where we have interviewed the witnesses in these sightings, these encounters, I won't call them contacts, we have discovered that it is very difficult to brush off these stories either as hoax or hallucination. There seems to be something there. And in that, I personally believe that there have been little men landed from flying saucers, but I would certainly not want to commit either of my colleagues, even my close colleagues, Mr. Blocher and Mr. Nebel, to a firm belief in that, but I will go out on a limb and say that I believe it.
Where are these saucers coming from?
Well, that's another very interesting question. There are 2 possibilities. Because the types of little men that have been reported vary considerably, all the way from the little hairy men with glowing eyes, reported from Venezuela in November and December of 1954. There seemed to be a rather general type down there. Two silvery, all over silvery sort of aluminum creatures that were reported in Kentucky in August of 1955. There's a good deal of variation, except for the fact that almost all of the cases, they are less than human size, smaller. Now, how do you explain this divergence? One theory is, of course, one speculation can be that they come from a great variety of different places, outer space, other planets, whatever. Then someone suggested, I think it was Len Stringfield of Cleveland. His legs aren't quite long enough. Len Stringfield, that possibly
Len's legs aren't long enough.
The little aluminum.
I think, look,
legs.
unfortunately, we haven't got picture radio here, but during the time that Isabel
He looks like my brother, you know.
has been telling us about these little men, Ivan went over to a large leather case that he brought with him, and he unzipped it, and he brought out a cutout, a cardboard model, I guess, of one of these aluminum-colored men.
Not men, things.
Things, all right?
Do you know this is...
That's the Kelly, Kentucky.
Yeah, this is a composite made by the United States Army and Air Force, and all the people who saw it had an 18 number, weren't there?
Oh, no, not that quite. There
and the police and everybody else.
8 adults and 3 children.
8 adults and 3 children. And, sorry, a hand in front of the mic. And this is a composite after they had been sat down by pretty good artists and said, well, after all, you all have these stories. And each one was taken separately. I said, what do you think it was like? Well, some could sketch a little, some could draw, others couldn't. So the artist would draw a bit and say, was it like that? And they'd say, no, that ear was longer, or that mouth was, we didn't see the mouth, and so on. This was a composite, came out of the whole thing. This was made by Lex from the original drawing, which Stefan, I think, has there, as you know.
Yeah,
we got one there. Made up to the size that all the people said that they seemed to be places to what they want. But I thought it might help in our discussion here when you're talking about aluminum and little man, and so you'd all have an idea, because this whole thing is so completely off its center, you know, it's so far out, and we've all got used to talking about...
That's an understatement.
No, I've seen these things before.
Let me get back with Isabel Davis for a moment.
I just wanted to finish with one very interesting suggestion that has been made as to why there's this great variety of these little creatures seen. Possibly they all come from one planet or world, but they represent different types of the intelligent inhabitants in the same way that we have a great variety on this planet of dogs. Now, you can go all the way in dogs, from the Pekingese and the pugs to the Great Dane and the sheepdogs. And they hardly look like the same species. All apologies to you, Ivan. But there is a tremendous difference. There's probably a great deal more difference among different breeds of dogs than there is among different breeds of people. Now, if on this planet they produce creatures that are aluminum-colored, some of them are hairy, and some of them are all over gray, rubbery-looking, this would account, strictly on a speculative basis, of course, it would account for the rather large variety of creatures that have been reported. That's all I can say about where they come from. I certainly don't know, because this is one of the essentials of these cases, and that is there's no communication. These little creatures never make a statement about themselves or their homes.
Can they talk? Do they have any method of communicating?
In very few cases, there have been sounds reported. Sounds, yes, but nothing that is really intelligible. There's one very interesting case in Italy where the little man said something that was reported as Warum für uns? And the suggestion has been made that he may have been trying to talk German. Warum folgen Sie uns? Why do you follow us? Or something of that sort. Of course, this again is, I must emphasize, speculation. But in many cases, they say nothing. Most cases, I would say. In the Michel book, for instance, I think there are only 4 cases where there is any sound reported from the creatures themselves. 4 out of the 25 cases that he describes in Europe in the fall of 1954.
Michel, you say that these little creatures according to the reports that you have, that they've arrived in flying saucers. Is that right?
That is true. In all but a handful of cases, the saucer is seen, and in a number of these cases, the saucer is hovering above the ground, and the little creatures jump back into it or out of it, and it is seen. There are a few cases where the object itself was not seen.
Isabel, has anybody had the opportunity of getting into the saucer?
Well,
the people who've been contacted by
there was
one
young man, one of the Venezuelan cases, one of the little men came up and grabbed him and tried to take him into the saucer, lift him in. And his companion, who was with him, came up and struck the little man with a rifle that the boys had been rabbit hunting with, and beat him off. And he relinquished the boy, and also, I believe, a car came along with his headlights. This was about 2 o'clock in the morning. So he let him go. But they apparently were going to take him into the saucer. But this happened about a week or so after a case with similar little creatures, where one of 2 young men who saw them tried to grab one of the little creatures and put him in his meat truck. So maybe it was retaliation on their part. I don't know. We don't know, even though that they're the same group. But in this case, they tried to get the boy into the saucer. He definitely did not want to go.
Ivan, you wanted to add something?
I'm sorry, I got a little excited at one point. Isabel, so you keep on saying flying saucers. I wish we could cut that word out. I think Isabel agrees with me, though I'm a bit of a iconoclast.
Well, I would disagree with you, and I'll tell you why.
You think all sorts of shapes?
No. I don't say that at all. I know you prefer UFOs.
Well, look, saucer is one shape. It's an oblate spheroid, right? But the reports in Michel's book, quite apart from the serious-minded reports that we have in our files, cover an infinity of different shapes and sizes, and some of these things may be quasi-physical, some may be paraphysical, maybe it's absolutely physical. I mean, I think if we say saucers and say yes, then everybody thinks, ho, ha, ha, flying saucers, and they think immediately of saucer. A saucer is the only shape we've never had, John. We've had a thing that looks like one saucer inverted on top of another. We've had dish-shaped things reported, and these are all reports, don't forget, flying this way with a dome up. But the saucer is not. It's the most aggravating term. And
may I just say that according to the book that we're talking about this morning, written by Michel, translated by Isabel Davis and Lex Mebane, the title of it is Flying Saucers.
I know, but the publisher...
And I think that the majority of people listening to the party line, and those that may accidentally tune in about 1 or 1:30 in the morning, if we are not using the term flying saucers, they may not be familiar with the subject that we're discussing.
Yes,
that's my reason.
I know it's a little stuffy, but to ask to say each time unidentified objects in the air, they're not flying, incidentally, anyhow. But if we could constantly plug the fact that when we use the word flying saucer, we're using it just like we use the word dinosaur. There never was such a thing as a dinosaur. There is no, for instance, there's no such group of reptiles, extinct or otherwise, of the Dinosauria. Dinosaur means terrible reptile, and it is used as a sort of general term for any large or even some small reptiles which are extinct or alleged to be extinct, usually of 3 certain groups. Now, the major point that I try to make all the time is that this whole business of UFOs is an enormously complex one. And people are running around, including the United States Air Force, thinking they're going to catch one, and then we'll have the whole problem solved. I have used this old simile over and over again. It's like saying there's one kind of animal only in the North Atlantic. There are everything from submarines to grains of sand. There are all different, hundreds of different kinds of fish and so on. The universe is a very big place, and who are we to say that they're all saucer-shaped and they're all one thing? If I may make that point, I want to make it very strongly, because then we can start discussing this business on a logical basis.
Well, may I just make this suggestion, Ivan? I feel, as the moderator, that I would prefer myself to use the term flying saucers.
Okay.
You use UFO, all right? And we'll get by.
I'll use both, whichever you want.
No. Lester Del Rey?
Well, I'm unhappy about the term of UFO for an entirely different reason. I'm also a little unhappy about this complexity. UFO is something that cannot be denied. The moment you say unidentified flying object, there is no possible way of saying that does not exist. As long as there is a light, as long as there is a cloud nobody has identified, as long as there is a vapor wisp in the air, as long as there is anything, it could be an unidentified flying object. The word means so much and so little that to me it gets me nowhere. I cannot discuss it. I cannot conceive of it. I cannot anything because it's unidentified. There it is. Thereby it is logically untenable.
I agree with you, but unfortunately the United States Air Force wished it on us. I use another word I've always used. That's EMPS, extra-mundane phenomena, which is anything that has not already been asked for or taken over by meteorology on the one hand or by astronomy on the other. And there's an awful lot of junk floating around in the sky that is not. And when I say floating, I mean floating, not flying. And we know that. I mean, nobody's ever explained ball lightning yet. They're only just now getting around to explaining the aurora. In other words, I like a comprehensive term which takes in everything which we have not yet pinned down to our satisfaction.
It's a good term, but I don't think we're going to be able to sell it tonight.
I'm sure we're not, but I haven't ever said it. But I'm very stuck with these two terms.
You know, to whom you must speak about this terminology, you must speak to the makers of the dictionaries. The term flying saucers is now in at least 2 dictionaries that I know of.
No doubt, but so's hot dog. What's that mean?
Well,
it's not a dog and it's not hot.
Put words on them. Put in UFO or EMP also.
Yeah.
Ivan,
quite.
I don't think this will ever happen to you, but supposing that you...
Everything happens.
That you got, let's say you happen to be in the city of Chicago, and you found that you were a little short. In other words, something had happened, business wasn't too good, and you didn't have any money, yes.
What happens every time I go to Chicago?
Good. Supposing you went to work at the amphitheater out there, and you were going through the grandstand selling a meat product that was in a roll. Would you run around saying frankfurters, or would you sell hot dogs?
I'd run around.
Get your red hot.
And I'd get a long term, like, would you care for some minced meat stuffed in an old dog skin, or something like that, you know? Eaten for a nickel.
You know, you'd be known for Chicago.
I've been in your business for a long time, John. I'm a rich man, too.
It only comes to a nickel. He obviously is going to be broke every time he's in Chicago.
Make it a quarter, then.
Ben.
There's 2 ways to sell.
Well, just a moment. I'll be there in a moment, please. Ben?
Well, Ivan, in reading your article, I was fascinated by certain artifacts you said or strongly hinted could only be explained by the notion or the theory of extraterrestrial visitors in prehistoric times. You mentioned particularly a series of forts in Scotland and Ireland that have on the top, and only on the top of their stone walls, the stone has actually been melted to form a glassy ridge, which sounds like a beautiful defensive arrangement. And as you said, it was quite true that this is a feat that we've only been able to achieve with certain kinds of atomic heats. Now, the thing that, I mean, something like that is amazing to me, but also a string of questions come up immediately, is that any technology that is capable of, at will, melting stone to form glass ridges, why in the world did they bother building forts?
They didn't. Whoever said they built the forts?
All right, that's exactly what I wanted to know.
The fused forts of Scotland, they start in the Lofoten Islands, which is off the west coast of northern Norway, and they run right on down. I think there's some in the Faroes. They're certainly on all down the west coast of Scotland. And they crop up again in Finisterre, and I think there's one outside of Las Palmas, in the Canary Islands. Now, I played in one of those forts when I was a kid. There's 3 lovely little islands called Rum, Egg, and Muff, and they say that rum and egg make muff. They happen to belong to a division of my family at one time on the west coast of Scotland. I used to go and play up there. Now, these forts are very crude, obviously Neolithic about time, maybe Mesolithic period. They're simply boulders piled together, and you'd think that you could go and kick them over, but you find that the Picts or the pre-Scots are pretty shrewd at building stone walls like our New Englanders. They had a way of keying in little stones with big stones.
So the Norman Knights found this out, too.
Well, this one I'm speaking of 4,000 years before the Normans existed. As a matter of fact, if you'd really be interested to know, my family actually apparently lived for about 6,000 years in one of these things called fussagarries. We now use them for making manure. And then they used to have whale's rib rafters over the top and peat on top. But these are on the tops of the hills, and even to this day, there are certain sort of pole dance festivals, things that go on at the summer solstice and so on. We're very much like in Stonehenge. What, am I too far away from this mic?
Yeah, you are, my friend.
Sorry. Now, these forts were obviously fairly crude and were made by a fairly crude culture. But the odd thing about them is this. that in a very large number of cases, or percentage of cases of all the forts that are known, a part of this, the fort is nothing else but a huge circle of stones on a mound with the inside of the top of the hill flattened out, to make like a saucer-shaped thing. Oh, did that awful word again. And then there's usually a ditch around it, and then another ditch outside that, what used to be called Roman camps. They're not, because the Roman ones were all square. Anyhow, they're pile of stones. There's, of course, no roof or anything on them today. It's all grass inside. Now, the top of the ridge of stone, always on the side facing the Atlantic, and in some cases been actually obviously melted, because they're made of rhyolite, andesite, granites, and geology. But here is this obsidian form, this glass, just exactly like volcanic glass. And you can see some of these boulders are half melted, just like this jug of water in front of us. If half of it had run away and made a patch of glass, and you can rub down into the peaty earth, and you can get out boulders that are melted, boulders that are half melted, and whole hunks of glass. They're part and parcel of the wall. It wasn't something that happened from volcanic activity from underneath, because it's on the top of the wall, and nearly always the most fused portion is exactly about 45 degrees angle up into the sky, pointing out into the Atlantic.
It couldn't have been assembled afterwards.
You couldn't, because it's
a solid fuse.
They're fused together. Now, the only theory I've ever heard of, and I suppose this usually go back to old Charlie Fort, he just theorized out on a limb, just didn't think of anything, he just let his imagination run wild. But he said these things were obviously, this fusing was not done by the people who made the forts. Somebody else must have done it. Who was floating around in Neolithic times, who could direct heat down from the sky, hot enough to melt it. All right, then everybody, the natural theory is, and our good friend Lester over here, being a professional skeptic, would say, well, then if it's a natural phenomenon, it must have been a bolt of lightning. How funny that bolts of lightning happen to hit only forts spread over about 2,000 miles. Why?
Was the fort the highest object in the territory?
Not always. The forts were put on the highest hill that they could find in an area, but, I mean, for instance, on Rum, Egg, and Muck, this is on Egg, E-I-G-G, and Muck is much higher. They just happened to, I suppose that was the inhabited one, and they put it up there. But if the fort was hit on one hill, why wasn't the top of the hill itself, which is also made of granite, hit next door, at least once? But the only fused rhyolites, andesites, porphyry, and granite, and a couple of others, well-known types of rocks that are found fused in that whole area, are not just natural boulders lying around or erratics. They're always in these buildings.
They project upwards. They are, compared to the surrounding territory, small in diameter, I gather.
Yes,
in other words, the theory of a lightning rod is that lightning will strike the highest object and the most pointed object, most nearly pointed object. Now, I don't know a thing about these things, therefore I had no previous theory about them, but lightning will tend to strike a projecting pointed affair. It doesn't have to be a sharp point. It has to be a point relative to anything else around.
Right. Now, may I say something very interesting there? You've brought up a very good point, one which I never heard of, or never thought of before, or nobody else has ever thought of it. Supposing that these Neolithic persons were just entering the copper age, we know that stone axes of a certain kind, i.e. the gavel, as we still have it, which was the stone axe of Thor, as opposed to the Votan lot, you know, of the North, the stone axe became a religious symbol, and a symbol of amongst the priesthoods in pagan times, of authority. Now, when they got metal, they used to repeat in metal the form of the original stone axe. Now, these people may have had copper, and your theory in that case, or your thought at the moment, might be that the people who used these temples, they probably were temples, places of worship, they may have erected some type of copper device sticking up like a spar or something, and that over several hundreds, if not thousands of years, would tend to attract bolts of lightning to forts rather than to just hills that didn't have a spike of copper standing up. Would that do it?
It might. I'd hate to say so without knowing a lot more about it, but it's a possibility.
There's one thing that disturbs me about the lightning theory is that I've seen lightning strike boulder heaps and all the rest of it. There's a distinct pattern that comes out. You can actually see the course of lightning through the rock. Yes. And it shatters the rock. And apparently these things are not shattered. They're smoothly fused over.
Exactly.
All the way around the top. Fused all the way around the top.
Not all the way around. Most of them only go around about one-third of the entire
Towards
circle.
the Atlantic?
Always towards the Atlantic.
As if they were expecting invaders?
No, exactly as if some invader had swept down the coast, taking a pot shot at each one of the forts that you could see in succession, going from the north to the south or south to the north. Because the angle, you can't tell. I mean, after all, these things are 2,000, 3,000 BC, but 5,000 years ago, and a lot of changes have taken place. Even the whole sea level has gone up and down around there, but that's another subject. But it would appear that on the whole, as if these things have been shot at from the sky, from about 45 degrees up, from over the Atlantic. It doesn't look as if it's anything that had happened from the ground.
Well, I had a wrong interpretation. I read your article. I'd gotten the idea you were implying that this was, and it sounded like a beautiful defensive arrangement to have the boulders on the top of a fort having glassed edge.
Oh, no, you can kick them and you can shatter the glass. Obsidian will tinkle.
Well, now the idea seems to be this was inflicted upon the fort by some sort of invading force. This, having under their command such a fantastic weapon of say, a heat ray or something like that, able to melt rock.
Just to keep this whole discussion logical, and to me it's very exciting. I don't know if it is to other people, but...
Fellas, look, we can't even keep this logical if I don't make a few bucks.
My George, you better.
We won't even have a program.
Too practical.
Let me take just a moment to talk about one of our benefactors, the Hudson Vitamin Project. Ivan Sanderson, the noted zoologist. Lester Del Rey, author of the book entitled Rockets Through Space, published by Winston. Hans Stephen Sanderson, the editorial director of Fantastic Universe. And Ben Iskwith, the brash young cybernetician from Philadelphia.
From where?
Please, just keep reading. I think that I interrupted you before, Ivan, to take care of a little business. You want to pick it up, please?
Yes, John, I was just saying to Ben that if we could interject here another subject, which is anent what we were talking about, and also this little folks thing that we started off with, and that is this. I don't know if you read my article. Did you get as far as the part about...
I read the whole thing.
The Piri-Reis maps.
Yes.
Now, we'll have to...
That I also thought was amazing.
It is amazing. In view of the people, I think, who discussed it, don't you? I mean, after all, one of the senior people at the U.S. Hydrographic Office. Now, the Bureau of Standards are now involved in this. I hope one day, John, that Captain Mallory, he's an older gentleman, I hope that he'll be able to come to the program, and I hope he'll agree to do so, because it's quite fabulous what that man has done.
You say he's an engineer, Ivan. Can you tell me what he's an engineer in?
Yes, he was one of the men. His company, his father's company, built most of the very large number of the big railway bridges around about New York and elsewhere. He's quite famous in that field.
I am
he was a bridge
amazed
engineer.
a man with that background should know so little about metallurgy.
Well, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about metallurgy at all.
He obviously can't either if some of your quotations of him are correct.
What was lacking?
I looked through the article, and I actually, of course, on the maps and the Piri-Reis things, there's almost nothing that I could find to sink my teeth in. The main thing to do when you're looking at anything is to look for the facts first that you can prove or disprove. I mean, that seems fairly logical to me.
Sure.
And you necessarily, automatically, figure on the accuracy of the rest. It isn't fair, but nevertheless you have to very often in skimming through a lot of things. You judge the accuracy of other things by the accuracy of the things you can determine, particularly when some things cannot be determined. One statement that impressed me in there was the statement, another discovery of Dr. Mallory. I think that was a typo. You mean Mr. Mallory, didn't you? Captain Mallory.
Well, he's Mr.
Another discovery of Captain Mallory, which has now been seconded by both the Smithsonian Institute and the U.S. Bureau of Standards who ran the test, namely, that some people 7,000 years ago were also making steels in the form of alloys that require 9,000 degrees centigrade for their manufacture.
That's what you said.
Well, now that is absolutely ridiculous. That is completely and totally ridiculous. And looking down the list of metals, I find that iron boils at 3,000 degrees centigrade. 3,000, not 9,000. It would go poof at 9,000. Even transposing to Fahrenheit, it's only 5,430 degrees. Now, you do not alloy with a metal in its gaseous state. You alloy it with it in its molten state.
Well,
tungsten, on the other hand, which has about the highest melting point of any thing we use in alloying, melts at 3,370 degrees centigrade. That's the reason that nobody successfully, by the normal methods, has been able to alloy tungsten and the steel. They have to use it by powder metallurgy, which, of course, requires comparatively low temperature and pressure.
Oh.
So when you say that they have determined that these alloys required 9,000 degrees centigrade for their manufacture, in the first place, they couldn't have been manufactured that way. In the second place, they certainly couldn't have made any such determination. And there is something very rotten in Denmark about that and about the engineer who uses that in his thinking. I am a little bit dubious of a man who can so casually throw out a figure such as that and then expect us to swallow anything as fantastic as the Curie-Race maps.
No, all right. To start with, I don't know anything about metallurgy. I do know something about the boiling points of metal. Let's take that one later. But Captain Mallory told me this sitting in my apartment. Now, he has one book out already, Pep Stephenson, the Lost America, which is on the old ancient iron ore pits and furnaces all over this country. That, at first, he was poo-pooed when he brought that out. That's nothing. That's bog iron and so on.
Yeah.
However, it was Dr. Briesmeister of the American Geographical Society who first drew my attention to his works. He's a senior cartographer at the American Geographic, not the National Geographic. And he, as I say, drew my attention to this gentleman's works. Now, he has published that. Then he has a book nearly completed on the maps, because he got particularly interested in the early history, the pre-Indian, pre-Amerindian history of America, if there was such, or anyhow, pre-Columbian and pre-Norse. And he did a lot of work on the coastline, and he found that certain places where the coast had changed according to what maps there were left by the Norse in Iceland, and certain other maps that exist. And Dr. Briesmeister told me that modern survey, places like Newfoundland and so on, has point by point brought to light old beaches and so on, which can be pretty well dated. In fact, very, very accurately dated now, and with some with artifacts to boot, including wooden stuff. They've got radiocarbon fix on that, which confirm Mallory's theories, or not his actual theories, but his maps of where the sea edge should have been 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. That's the one thing. That began to make a lot of people think that stuff which Mallory had been working on for many years and had written up before carbon dating came in had something to it and it would have to be looked into. Then the Curie-Race maps came up, and we have this whole business which is in the article. You read that. And he is now working on another book which is coming out, and I repeated in there merely the statement that he made in front of Charles Hapgood, Stan Rao, myself, and a couple of other people in my apartment. I asked him at the time, I said, why 9,000 degrees centigrade is a terrific heat? Don't you mean Fahrenheit? And he said, no, and he brought up the very points that you brought up. He said there are certain alloys which we simply cannot put together. They would have to be mixed in a gaseous form. And what is this, now I'm right out of my field, what is this pinch effect thing that the Russians have developed, and we now have Zeta in England, which is getting this tremendous heat.
He didn't form alloys that way.
No, wait a minute, I'm coming to it. But there is a way of increasing, we can get, in other words, we can get heats, we can get elements, is it? Yes, elements
we can get
up to a heat much beyond their boiling point and still retain them in a gaseous form.
Yes, provided that we're using something very simple such as hydrogen. You put a little bit of iron in there, though, and the cooling effect is so terrific that the heat immediately vanishes.
What happens in the sun, then?
The temperature of the sun at the surface, and incidentally, we are not even dealing with gases in most of the sun. We are dealing with these stripped, broken parts of atoms. But at the surface of the sun, the temperature is only 6,000 degrees centigrade.
All right, now go down into the center of the sun. Where is the iron chain, the whole build-up of the elements, what's his name?
Fairly well down toward the center of the sun, apparently. That's the
18 million degrees K, absolute, right?
18 million degrees, but you are not dealing with normal atoms, and you are not dealing with any conceivable pressure. The pressure must be so terrific that it will squeeze the nuclei of atoms together, just by the pressure.
Right. Well, do you not think it's possible that a technology not too considerably more advanced than ours might at this time or some past time or sometime in the future be able to make to alloy metals which we cannot get alloyed today by using perhaps very great temperatures instead of having to go through breaking them up into their free ions and then sticking them back together? Might not the two things be the same?
Just remember that gases do not dissolve each other in the same way that metals do. And when you cool them down below their boiling point, you will find that your steel will plate out long after other elements have already plated out, and you will still not achieve an alloy from this.
Right, here on this Earth at this time. But what about the middle of a dwarf star?
Well, if you want to say that they brought the middle of a dwarf star over and put it up above the Atlantic Ocean somewhere, then I will say that the thing is even more ridiculous.
No, his simple suggestion is here are types of metals which the U.S. Bureau of Standards has got really stuck on. This is something which, and it's been lying in the Smithsonian as an artifact marked early colonial. And they looked at these things and they said, well, this is, we can't do these things. They must be mixtures. They can't be alloys at all. And they decided they were, I'm repeating what Mallory told me, and I am not a metallurgist, and I have not run the test myself, but I'm simply repeating.
What kind of steel were they, Ira? You said they were steel.
They are steels with, if I remember right, I have them in there, molybdenum, cadmium, tungsten, and some...
you didn't have them, but those are the ones?
I think it was those.
Well, those are the ones I listed as the highest temperature.
Were they artifacts, actual things, manufactured?
Yeah. No, let me explain. The Smithsonian has the most wonderful collection of North American artifacts of all kinds of Stone Age implements from the Amerindians.
Why don't you give a rundown on the Perry Reese maps, too? I think the listeners would be very interested in it.
I agree with you, Ben. I think you should do that
first, if I may. You correct me, Stefan, if I'm wrong, then I'm going to mind a sieve, as you know. A Turkish naval officer, a matter I fancy of 30 or 40 years ago, found in some Turkish naval archives in Turkey, needless to say, some very remarkable maps. Now, these maps were ancient, not ancient, they were very old. They were alleged to be about the time of Columbus or Christopher Colon. And he got these maps and he presented them in the Library of Congress. And they were sent over here and they were looked at and they were found to be old maps and were greatly received and they were filed and nothing happened. Well, through a very long chain of circumstances, which I will not go into, Captain Mallory went and got permission to look at these maps. Now, these maps almost exactly reproduce certain maps which were in circulation and of which we still have copies in the Ptolemaic period at the end of ancient Egypt, when it was a Greek, under the Greeks. And those maps, in turn, parts of them, and considerable portions of them, were known and were mentioned earlier in ancient Egypt and in Mesopotamia. Now, he looked at these maps, and he was very interested, of course, in the ancient coastlines of North America. And he'd heard and he'd read in certain esoteric old books that there were maps, ancient maps, that is, Roman or pre-Roman, showing the coast of America. Well, he didn't know one way or the other until he saw these maps. And then there was Eurasia, the central landmass, and the Mediterranean was more or less, you could see what it was. And it looked something like the Mediterranean as it really is on this map. And then there was sort of vague thing up where Britain and North Germany is, and they had a great ocean running around Eurasia. Africa was sort of lopped off in the middle and was called Libya. And then beyond that was the great ocean, which is supposed to have gone round and round. In those days, most people believing that the Earth was flat. But then these maps had beyond the great ocean, vague, all the way around, coastlines, very, very involved coastlines in a lot of detail, but absolutely wacky. And they were marked the land of the dragons and the land of this and all the rest of it. And he thought, well, they must be just mythical lands. And then he looked at it again, and he thought that there's an awful lot of islands round about Europe and Asia and Africa, which there is an island there, but they were all out of place. So he started in a linear direction, if you follow me. He picked a point, and he told me in my apartment, he said, well, one of them I picked was the present city of Marseille, because that's been there for many centuries, as Marsilia and so on. He said, I started from there, I started going along the coast. And to my amazement, I found in these Piri Reis maps that every little indentation was there exactly as it is, in fact, today. But they were all out of place. The thing went wandering all over the place. But as you went along the line, the coast, it was all there. He thought, well, these people seem to have done a terrific job of survey of Europe and Asia, the known world. why on earth couldn't they get it down on a two-dimensional map? And he thought, well, maybe they thought the Earth was flat. And he tried various things to see if he could sort of stretch the maps, oversimplifying, one way or another, to make it coincide with actuality. Nothing happened. He couldn't get anything out of it. Then he went to the U.S. Hydrographic Office, and he was working with a number 3 in charge, Mr. Walters, right?
Yes.
M.I. Walters. And he was deeply interested in these maps. He said, my goodness, they've been lying in the Library of Congress all this time. And he started looking at them. And the two of them worked them together. Now, maps are made on what's called a grid system. The Earth is a globe, and in order to get the surface of a globe onto a flat surface, you have a dickens of a lot of trouble. And throughout the centuries, people have tried all different kinds of methods. So we get all different kinds of projections. Most of our common maps are on Mercator's projection. But they're all worked out on what's called a grid system. In other words, you draw lines up and down and across, latitudes and longitudes. And they began to wonder if these people had a different grid to any grid that we use. Well, they fiddled around with this for a number of years. And as his book explains, they finally found a grid which exactly fitted. They worked backwards. They said, well, if this is here and that is there, and we know it is today, what kind of grid? Would they be curved lines? Would they be as if you'd sort of lent them all over sideways to make them like rhomboids? Or what? They did find a grid. Imposing that grid, that series of lines, on the ancient maps, they then sort of straightened it all up to fit our modern grid, and to their thunderstruck amazement, they got an absolutely perfect map, not only of the whole of Western, Central, and Southern Asia, the whole of Europe, right away up to the North Cape, including Spitsbergen, the whole of Africa, the whole east coast of North and South America, all the great Canadian Arctic islands, and the entire Antarctic continent. But what they got was doubly extraordinary, because in only a very few rather minor cases, comparatively overall, did the ancient maps differ from the present map of the east coast of North America. But the very places they differed were where Mallory had already found they should have differed during the last 7,000 years. That the mud is filled up with, silted up, do you follow me, and such like. 5,000, yes, Stephen, you're right. Well, I'm adding the 2,000 on for the Christian era. 5,000 BC. 3,000 BC, right, thank you. 5,000 years ago from today. Right. Then they came to the Antarctic, and this is where they got a profound shock. Now, all this has been spoken over a certain very erudite scientific radio program that's been run by Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. for a number of years. And these are leading scientists. They had on that program also Father Linehan, FS. He is a seismologist from Boston, Texas, and he's
director of the Western Observatory. Director of Western Observatory
in Boston University.
He was the chief seismologist for RG1.
That's right. He's chief seismologist at RG1. He was down in Antarctica with Task Force 47. He was on the program, and he had an opportunity to study the maps in advance for several days. He was absolutely amazed. He said, look, we are now finding out what the coastline of Antarctica is like merely by shooting off bombs and taking the, the reflections from under over a mile of ice. We don't know where the ice ends and where the land ends and where the sea begins. We're only now beginning to find out. And yet everything we have found out to date is on these maps, which were made 3,000 years BC. How were people mapping the whole coast of America?
The maps were made then?
The maps had been made.
I thought this was an infinite series of copies.
Yes, but my dear, now, be logical for a moment.
Translate.
Wait a minute. Those maps were in existence at the time of Columbus. They could not have been made at the time of Columbus because Antarctica and the Arctic islands were already glaciated at that time.
I'm merely trying to separate the fact that these were necessarily copies.
But the maps themselves...
We don't literally have the maps that were originally made 3,000 BC.
No, we have the periodized maps. But they were copies of earlier maps, and those said to be copies of earlier ones. But here is the point you've got to get at. The maps were made, apparently, before those lands were glaciated. Now, either those lands only got glaciated within the last 500 years, and we know that that is not so because they were glaciated when the Norska first went, which is 1,000 years ago, up to the Arctic lot. In other words, even then, it meant that at the time of Columbus, somebody already had mapped the whole of the eastern seaboard of both Americas and Antarctica.
I will give you credit, something even more fantastic than that. They were mapped far more than 3,000 years ago because the period required for the accumulation of the ice over the Antarctic continent would necessarily extend into tens of thousands of years.
And they would have had to be... No, I'm afraid you're quite wrong there. And if you read Charles Hapgood and
the Earth-Shifting Crust,
I don't think Charles Hapgood is fully accepted yet.
No, he's not, but...
and there is a certain quantity of ice there.
Read Ewing. And Ewing has exactly the same opinion as Hapgood. All right, he is Professor Ewing over here up on the bluffs there. He just had another piece out the other day. No, they have discovered that ice can accumulate extremely rapidly. In fact, this is just a possibility that you may be able to bring on an ice age, not in 1,000 years, not in 100, not even in 1 year, but in a matter of hours, under certain circumstances. But accumulation of a mile of ice will not necessarily take 10,000 years at all.
It takes a certain length of time for the water itself to fall, and if they can bring an ice age down in a matter of hours, if they can get that much water out of the atmosphere when it isn't in the atmosphere, I will indeed be interested.
Excuse me, not water. It's first of all, it's snow. And it's not water vapor that comes down, it's snow, and it's a very different matter. Now, secondly, I did not say that all the ice in an ice cap came down in a few hours, but the difference between not having an ice age, it's so-called, and having an ice age can, under certain circumstances, the changeover can take place with adiabatic winds in a matter of almost of minutes. How else?
Wait a minute, Ivan. The definition of an ice age is an age when the ice covers the land.
No, sir.
Yes, it is.
That's the old theory. You think that the
Earth... The definition is not a theory. That is the definition.
Well, then I'm saying
if you want to say the conditions necessary to the causing of an ice age may come about in a matter of hours, I suppose theoretically that could happen. You could have such a puff of soot and other things into the atmosphere that, or a number of other ways, that it could happen. I will not say that. I have no reason to believe that it has happened, but on the other hand, I cannot say positively it cannot happen.
How did you freeze the mammoths then, standing up? Work that one out, but we won't do that now because that's getting in another...
I'll tell you, if anybody's going to do anything, I'm going to do it right
please,
now.
John.
And you fellas and gals who want to get into radio, don't even be concerned about the ice age, because this will not happen this weekend. That I can assure you. Civilian Saucer Intelligence, Lester Del Rey, author of the book entitled Rockets Through Space, published by Winston, and Hans Stephen Sanderson, editorial director of Fantastic Universe. Ivan? I'm sorry I interrupted you. What?
No, I'm sorry. Lester, that's right.
Pardon me. Lester Del Rey.
Well, my first question on the map, essentially, is have you seen the map? The original?
No.
Have you seen the method they used? Have you seen any details on it?
Yes, Captain Mallory, when he was at my place, he had a whole briefcase full of things that he showed me. But I am not going on that. I'm going on what was said by the three people on this program. And their names
on the
and who
basis
they are.
of a radio program.
Mm-hmm.
Well, authority is a fine thing, but I can remember when even the authorities have been confounded. As a matter of fact, I remember when a couple of authorities accepted Churchward's ideas on Atlantis. And I would hate to rake that up again, except for the fact that I don't always accept authorities as the best thing. You have not seen the maps yourself.
I have not done any work on this. I wrote an article saying that there's this and there's the other facts that are in that article, and taking them all together, I think it's about time that somebody did. Somebody who's a cartographer who knows more about mathematics than I do, does go into this thing instead of just sitting fatly and saying it doesn't exist or saying it's a forgery, go ahead and prove it. Now, wait a minute.
You've seen reproductions of the maps.
Oh, sure, I've got reproductions in my file. I haven't got the actual original maps, and if I did see the original maps, Lester, I would not have the knowledge to be able to say whether they were modern forgeries, whether the Turkish government forged them, or what. I've got a whole bunch of reproductions, and I have seen this grid that was shown to me by Captain Mallory, and I do take the word of Dr. Briesmeister at the AGS. I'm now a senior cartographer for our leading scientific society in the geographic field. And I do not think that a radio program such as the Georgetown University of the Air is likely to allow such things to be not only said, but mimeographed. You can write down for it if you want. You can get a complete transcript. And with Linehan and with Walters on the program. Sorry, but I am a skeptic like you in some things. And I always try to look When somebody gives me an animal, I try to find out if it's like my good friend Jim Moran. He gave me a tortoise once wearing a mink coat. I was immediately skeptical about it. It was a gag, but I'm taking it rather exaggerated, but it's true. He had a mink coat made for a tortoise. I look underneath to see if it really is a tortoise under there or what it is. But there's just too much going on here, and it is about time that some of the people who want to tear down the ideas, and they're perfectly entitled to do so, should go and do just that.
Well, I am perfectly willing they should, but I'm trying to find out whether there's really anything going on. You say there's just too much, but the only piece of concrete evidence offered by this man that can be checked, the 9,000 degree centigrade thing, simply will not stand up. And I wonder how much of the rest of his will stand up. That is the only thing which I can check, Ben.
No, there's more than that. I'm not submitting, saying or classifying these things as as evidence. From reading Ivan's article about them is, and from fooling around with ancient maps myself once in a while as a hobby, I've never seen any ancient maps with any sort of detail except with the very close regions to where the map was drawn. But the thing is, I just want to put it forth as a sort of amazing incident or coincidence, if you want, is that, well, one thing on these maps, which Ivan brought out in the article, was not only was the coastline charted, but that after the translation through the grid system they had arrived at, they also found the mappings of certain mountain ranges.
Which it says here, Ben. But just wait a minute. The only thing I can check, I could not check that in the time I had.
Wait a second. Let me finish. It says, well, obviously these people checked it. It's certain mountain ranges which apparently cannot be mapped from the ground, which only could be mapped from the air.
Did you ever hear of triangulation, Ben? You know, they did map mountain ranges from the ground long before they had air survey. I grant you that air survey is desirable.
I think it would be pretty hard to map the Appalachians.
I would say that the mere fact that they had a map showing the coastline of 5,000 years ago was fantastic enough without worrying how they could do it.
No, I'm not saying. No, the thing is that there's a certain kinds of attitudes here which really should be put forth. You know, if an archaeological team fooling around, just to throw out a supposition, if an archaeological team fooling around in the Arctic suddenly will start chipping away at a block of ice that they had, by some means or other, ascertained the ice was, say, 2 million years old or something, if that's possible. And deep within the ice, they suddenly found the WOR microphone, sealed within the ice. Now, there are different ways of reacting to it. One, you can read the report and say all the members of the archaeological team were obviously drunk. The other way is to say it was put there by a heavenly visitor. The third is to say it couldn't possibly be there, so therefore it's not there, and let's not talk about it. The fourth is to say, how in the world did it ever get there?
Wait, Ben, just a second. If at the same time they said that there was a case of 1948 whiskey of some kind which was not made, then I would have some reason to worry about it. I could at least check up on that, perhaps. When a man submits a statement to me, I do not necessarily say it is wrong, but when I find part of his statement inaccurate, I question the value of the whole.
How do you know it's inaccurate? You
said here...
You have told us so.
In your article, you stated that this alloy, which has now been seconded by both the Smithsonian Institute and the U.S. Bureau of Standards, certainly should be able to check these things, that some people 7,000 years ago were also making steels in the form of alloy that require 9,000 degrees centigrade for their manufacture.
They would require 9,000? Didn't they? I think so.
That requires what it says.
Why?
Maybe I did.
All right, it doesn't matter anyway.
Excuse me.
Now, when I find part of the evidence so highly dubious, and the rest of the statements fantastic, I have a certain right to skepticism, Ben, and I think
you have every right in the world to skepticism. I'm very skeptical about a great many of these things too. But the thing that threw me, I know nothing about metallurgy, and so I didn't see this thing that apparently leapt right out at you.
It was pretty obvious.
Well, not to me. I don't know anything about the melting points of melting temperatures of metals or anything else like that. The thing that got me and started me buzzing was not so much the temperature, which, I mean, if someone could have said the melting point of steel at 18,000 degrees, and it wouldn't have made much difference to me because I don't know that much about it. The thing that got me was steel, the word steel.
Quite.
Steel is a very common thing, actually. Steel existed long before man knew how to smelt metal. It existed, I'll admit, so far as we know, only in the form of meteorite iron, but that was steel.
But here are artifacts which have been lying in the Smithsonian Institute, which have been labeled early colonial iron, which have turned out not to be iron at all, to be steel, and they have now themselves said, Dr. Mallory showed me Captain Mallory, one of the letters. And the letter, it was a clipping, it was a statement made by whatever the top man in the archaeological department of the Smithsonian is, yes, but much to their amazement, they had to admit that drawers full of these things were not colonial at all, and there was every reason to suppose that they are pre-colonial, and they were probably pre-Amerindian. Then in connection with that, they have found these, some very primitive smelting furnaces on hilltops and such, showing that there was an Iron Age going on in America, which had never been known before. But wait a minute, that amongst some of the iron artifacts were steel artifacts. And as you say, meteoric steel, yes, but apart from manufacture made by the hand of what we suppose to be the only intelligent race on this earth, man, there was not steel in existence prior to the Bessemer system. Except that which had come out of the, well, what? Give me an example of natural steel.
There was a certain amount, yes, there was open hearth steel, and as a matter of fact, there was even such a thing as accidental steel. Steel is an alloy normally, an alloy of iron and carbon, as you know.
Yes, but this was steel in the form of artifact.
As a matter of fact, they got steel. One way of getting steel was very simple. They would make it out of soft iron and stick it into charcoal, in which case some of the carbon from the charcoal would go into the iron and produce an alloy of steel.
Yeah, but the whole point is that these are not alloys, carbon alloys of steel.
All right. Now,
alloys with other things.
This, I think, is the difference. I mean, you say that steel can be made accidentally, and I'll accept your word on it, because I don't know anything about steel manufacturing, but it seems to me that, let's say that formica could be made accidentally. But if you suddenly were to open up an Egyptian tomb and find artifacts and pictures and tables made out of formica, this all of a sudden becomes something that is slightly puzzling, doesn't it?
Yes, and it particularly becomes puzzling if they say that this formica can only be made in an absolute vacuum at a pressure of 10 gravities.
That
cannot be determined. Therefore, it is ridiculous.
How it can be made.
We can make formica. Excuse me, we can make formica today.
Look.
But if we had not made it today, we might presume that the only way we could make it would be in just such a peculiar set of circumstances as you have now stated.
As usual, Ivan, this is all going completely off the track. My original statement is that when some of the evidence presented in a paper, which is intrinsically somewhat fantastic, when some of the evidence is provably false, then I have a large measure of reason for skepticism.
Right.
And I so found it in this paper.
Very good. All right. Now, let's skip that one, and may I give you the next one?
Let's not skip it, but let's just keep it there.
We'll keep it there.
Please, on a different line, Ivan. That is, these Perry maps obviously raise questions that are of really sensational importance from the point of view of geology and anthropology and everything else. Do you know whether the existence and the nature and the deductions from the maps have been either publicized or attacked in any of the scholarly scientific journals that should be interested in them? It seemed to me that they should have been talked about, in Scientific American, for instance. It's not technical journals.
Mallory's work is coming out on the maps. In the meantime, it's been going on for several years, and there was most furious discussion went on in various quarters down there. As a matter of fact, again, I say I would like this program for you with Captain Mallory, because I'm simply, that is why I'm not presenting his theories for him. I'm simply stating what he has put in print so far, and what I have got from this other published source, and what he told me that night. But I know there's been a tremendous amount of discussion, and he can go all into it and give you all the references back and forth on both sides. There's been a lot, but they're going to wait to pop on him as soon as his book is out.
There is only one slide about the Perry Reese maps, as puzzling and as astounding as they seem to me, is that there was one point in which I would side with Lester, which I think was the strongest point for skepticism, which I think, Lester, you should have brought up, is that In finding this, in devising or finding what grid system apparently the ancient mapmakers used, they were perforce they had to work backwards. Now, Ivan, I think you'll agree that working backwards you can find anything.
That I interjected in my conversation. He never told me that, Mallory. I'm sorry, that's my mistake. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that. Maybe they didn't. But I was given to understand by him, because I kept on questioning him, well, how did you find out?
Because
he went on,
yeah.
He said they worked a very long time until they found one, and I imagine it was, he said, or if this was there and this was there, but it really is there and there, do you see? Take 3 points or something, then and there was a grid, what would it look like? That's, as far as the best of my ability, how he tried to explain it to me.
Well, the thing that raises...
I don't want to mislead anybody.
Yeah, the thing that raises itself in my mind is that if, perchance, again, by this method of working backwards, it's quite possible that by, say, if I wanted to devise a system, assuming the ancient mapmakers used this system, if I devised a grid working backwards, I could also probably get very close approximations to the mountains of the moon, and therefore come upon the speculation that perhaps these ancient maps were really
from that number of points
astronomical
on the map.
charts.
I wish I'd brought the maps with me, because they're enormously
working backwards can be dangerous.
It can be very dangerous indeed. Well, but look, don't hold that against Mallory, because
I'm just saying
that in my conversation.
I'm not saying he did it deliberately.
No.
This is, I mean, he had to, but this is still, it leaves a very open area.
I should imagine, that was my thought, that they probably did have to work backwards from what he told me. He said, after all, they were there, and they were all, I use the word wacky, which is purely an editorial phrase, but what he used, he said they were all out of kilter. Then it dawned upon us that they were all equally out of kilter. In other words, there was a mathematical connection between the amount they were out. They were in the right order next door to each other and about the right size, but they were stretched in some such way. And it was a question of, I suppose it's easy enough if you have got the world as it really is, and the world as it's depicted here. Once you had the thought that there might have been a grid used, I should imagine that it almost amounts to working backwards, doesn't it? Try and squeeze the one you've got in the ancient map to fit the map as it is today on one of our recognized systems. I think...
Still remember the effort made to fit the Piltdown man into the scale of evolution. Yes, and there was as much reason to accept that at one time, certainly, as there is to accept the Fury Ray's map, without the fact that there was a statement in it which could not be backed up.
Piltdown very, very careful.
Very
the Piltdown was always very suspect, and I maintain that on the evidence standing before me now, this is very suspect.
No, there's
well, I don't
quite
think
a bit
you
of
have a right, Lester, just because there's one thing wrong to disregard all the other things.
Wait a minute, Isabel.
Wait a minute. I'm very much impressed by this, these Antarctic explorations of the under the ice, by using explosions and measuring the speed of the sound from them. If the shoreline of the buried shoreline turns out to be the same as under in these maps, I'm struck by that.
Wait a second.
Don't say that I understand it. I don't say that is, but I don't think you can ignore all of the other facts just simply because one fact doesn't fit with the
Wait a
present
second,
knowledge.
Isabel. In the first place, provided the original maps show a correlation with the Arctic ice, the land under the Arctic ice, Antarctic ice, provided that is so, and provided it can be demonstrated, and is successfully demonstrated, then there is some reason to look at this. At the present time, I have not seen adequate evidence to accept this. I have seen no more evidence than I could have provided for the reality of Piltdown man.
You're on very, very skating on very thin ice.
So are a great many scientists who accepted Piltdown man.
He was always suspected.
By many, but there were very many articles in learned journals which accepted Piltdown man.
That's because...
Please, let me finish. The fact that something appears in a learned journal or over a quasi-learned radio station, if such exists, does not establish irrefutable proof of anything. On the other hand, when the same man comes up with something which is utterly preposterous, offering a learned group, or at least a recognized testing group, as is evidence on that, then I certainly have no compulsion to accept any of it. I have every right to regard the entire thing with suspicion until it is proved otherwise.
Do you still suspect the cranium of the Piltdown man?
I always did. I was one of those who did not accept the Piltdown
Well, I'm
man.
afraid your entire argument collapses
wait a second.
then.
Wait
Your
a second.
philosophy collapses.
I said
the cranium.
Oh, the cranium. The reality of the cranium?
Yeah.
That, I believe, has been established by now.
It establishes an
The
exceedingly
jawbone had no relationship to the cranium.
The jawbone was a fake and was a chimpanzee's jawbone. So I may say that some of the leading scientists said at the time that with a very little change, it would become purely human. But that's beside the point. But what has been overlooked in this tassel at the British Museum is this, and I have a letter to this effect from none other than Professor W.C. Osmond Hill, right in my, I think in my briefcase, I'll look it out for you, in which I had asked him this very question. Oh, yes, everybody is happy now Piltdown Man has been gotten rid of. He was an awful nuisance on the family tree of human life at all times. Thank goodness he's gone, it's done, it was a fake. Old Dawson did it. But they've all overlooked the cranium. Now, they have now gone to work on the cranium, and they've found that it is just exactly as old as Dawson said the combined cranium and mandible was.
This does not surprise me at all, but the fantastic nature of Piltdown Man has been disposed of.
It was always pointed out by Elliot Smith, and as a matter of fact, if you read The Antiquity of Man and any of the standard textbooks on human physical anthropology and the origin of man, you'll find that Piltdown Man was always out on a limb, and the better men, Elliot Smith and Woodward, Smith Woodward, and all of them, Keith, Arthur Keith,
yeah.
He did a tremendous amount of work on it, but he always said it doesn't fit. The jaw does not fit to the skull. They look as if they do physically.
Yeah, Kroeber never accepted it at all. And in class,
A number didn't, Ben.
Kroeber in class would say it was a forgery.
The point remains that men of good reputation, men who had reason to know, did accept it. You can always
For this reason, and this is the reason I would like to point out.
Please, may I finish? The reason that I bring this up is very simple. You cannot prove on limited authority anything. And when limited authority is used to back up a complicated and fantastic situation, which may or may not be true, I do not say, and when that authority is also used to back up something which is not true, the whole must be regarded with considerable skepticism until the parts can be sorted out and evaluated.
All right, now the point about the Piltdown Man is that the reason why it's such a good... First of all, there's a great deal of disagreement about it for many years. It was never fully accepted by a great many outstanding archaeologists and anthropologists. Now, exactly the Piltdown Man is that the reason why you find such disagreement, I think, and I don't think this will be disputed by anthropologists, because the discovery of the ancient and early home of mankind is one of the emotionally laden subjects in anthropology there is. Now, a good many countries would love very much to claim as the birthplace of man to be in such and such a place. This is something that is not emotionally neutral. And in fact, when it came out apparently that in England, at the time when on the continent of Europe, men were walking around that you couldn't quite distinguish between animals and apes and all the rest of it. In England, you had this fantastically highly evolved human being with a almost completely human cranium and an ape-like jaw. This is something that English anthropologists took delighted in. I mean, it was whoopee. Here is the ancient birthplace of man. Now, it seems that it's very strikingly, a situation in anthropology has come about is that the final arbiters as to prehistoric fossils of mankind has always been the American anthropologists, because it is quite impossible that America could ever have been one of the early dawn places or the birthplaces of mankind, because there are no old world monkeys. Now, it has been throughout the literature in American anthropology that the Piltdown Man was a unfortunate accident, or, I mean, if they came right out, they called it a hoax, because of the fact that the cranium and the jawbone were separate and were in unsealed strata. It was in broken strata. And there were all sorts of implications that perhaps some early Englishman went over to the continent and got himself a jawbone of an ape and went back, and because maybe this was a weapon, it was buried with him. But the cranium has never been in doubt, because Dawson was a very good anthropologist, by the way.
Nobody questions. Oh, well, yeah, they did for a while, but they shouldn't. Yeah.
No, he didn't. He was some status of sort of semi-amateur scientist, and it was a great deal. But a great many English anthropologists of high professional stature, and still do today. And you can still get into an argument in English anthropological circles about the authenticity of the Piltdown Man. Except there's one thing that no one has... The thing that's amazed me about the Piltdown hoax and its eventual discovery and exposure is that no one has ever mentioned anything about the Swanscombe man.
Oh, Galley Hill.
No one has
been mentioned.
What? Because the Swanscombe man was the identical situation with a human-like cranium and a simian-like jaw found in sealed strata.
Riveter.
And Dawson had nothing to do with Swanscombe, and everyone has sort of shunted off, and now Swanscombe man is becoming as much an annoyance as Piltdown man.
And now they've dated the cranium of Piltdown man and found that it is just as out of place as Dawson said it was, insofar that it by a radiochemical method, it is earlier even than Dawson suggested that the combined skull was. In other words, you've got as big a problem left now with the cranium of Piltdown man and a greater mystery than we ever had when it was partly a hoax. And that's what now the British Museum, they just got out, it's the selenium method, of infiltration, and the osmium method, I think, for the mineral content. And here is a real human cranium. They're extraordinarily thick and looking exactly like Galley Hill man and Swanscombe. But it does have certain tendency to go towards what are called the Pithecanthropines. That's Pithecanthropus erectus, the famous ape man. It's without a jaw. Its teeth are all right. It's a modern man, but it's a way down below Neanderthalers. So we begin to realize now that Neanderthal type man evolved backwards. The most human-like were the earliest, and the least human-like were the latest. And may I just throw this into the pot? You know, they turned up a Neanderthal type man in the western state of this union last year, don't you?
Yes. They do?
Yeah.
In a western state?
Yep. Yeah. In New Mexico, they have got up now a Neanderthal type brain case. And may I just
no use.
It is. And may I bring up one? Oh, that's all in print, and the Southwestern Museum has got it all. Maybe you remember his name, Stephen. But one worst thing that you said, you never could have early man in this continent because we didn't have any old world monkeys. I may pick you up on that. This is my
common ancestors.
No, but we did have the tarsiers, the original tarsiers.
But we never had the Dryopithecus.
We don't need it. Personally, I believe that Dryopithecus is nothing else but a type of superior baboon. We'll have to leave that out of it. No, but we did have the tarsiers, and it apparently goes tarsier, lemur one way, tarsier the other, from the tarsier to early proto-anthropoid, anthropoid off to the side, and then proto-humanoid, and then up to us. But maybe get back to this whole business of the little men, because I'm coming around to it. The point is this. These mountain ranges are on the maps. Some of these mountain ranges were not even known until 1952, I think it was, when Mr. Walters had the first surveys from the U.S. Army of these mountains in the Canadian Arctic Islands, and they were on the periodized maps. And nobody had suggested that they'd be mapped in the air until these four gentlemen were discussing it on their broadcast. And one said, well, somebody, I think the moderator, turned around to Reverend Linehan and said, well, how could it have been done in your opinion? He said, frankly, unless they had some kind of aerial device, he said, I don't see how on earth they could have got these maps. Now, my whole point is here. Mind you, I'm only a reporter in this, like in everything else. I'm gathering together all these statements which don't fit and saying you put them all together in like a checkerboard, you put together a puzzle, and there is one X factor in there all the way through. Everybody closes their minds and says nobody could have had tridimensional geometry and flying machines in 5,000 or 3,000 BC. Right. If there was a civilization on the surface of this earth that advanced, then they would have surely left some artifact that we could have found. Just supposing that the intelligences who did that job didn't come from this earth, but came from outside. And our primitive...
From another planet
going around another sun. They could come from the center of a sun, as far as I'm concerned, but from outside this planet. What makes it so amazing that we are the only intelligent animal in the universe, or creature in the universe? The Almighty, in His infinite wisdom, has surely seen fit to have some intelligence develop on other planets. All right, just supposing they did come. I didn't say they did, though I think there's quite a lot of evidence, possible evidence for that. They came here, primitive man, in the Stone Age, or even in ancient Egyptians, say dynasty number 10. They weren't very bright as technicians. These fellows may have come here and taught a few people how to use a pen and somebody to read a compass, maybe even show them what a lens was. But if these visitors from outer space or inner space were coming here, they're not going to leave their artifacts lying around on the surface of the Earth. They'd be very valuable in their ships. They wouldn't loan them to a lot of primitives, but they might have taught the primitives to do some of the hack work in the mapping and a bit of mining for them. And then when they pushed off, our ancestors, or the ancestors of the ancient Egyptians, may have retained a little bit of knowledge. Say, those people, they had some kind of, you went like that and you got fire, and it was so hot that, look, we got this wonderful new metal we can use. And all that would have gone into our mythology. Stefan and I have had long conversations on this, because when you dig back into all mythologies, you do find there's always this thing, we got it from somebody else.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the Niagara Cyclo massage unit, if it's possible that they had anything like that, you know, back then.
It's possible.
I'll tell you what, because the Harden Stephenson, editorial director of Fantastic Universe, Ben Iskwith, the cybernetician, Ivan Sanderson, noted zoologist, and we have Lester Del Rey with us this morning, the author of the book entitled Rockets Through Space, published by Winston. And we have some telegrams. Let me take just a moment to remind you that we do have a teleprinter in our studio. Pick up your phone in any community where you may be at the present time, and we do cover some 27 states during the early hours of the morning. And tell the Western Union operator that you'd like to send a message to Long John Wux, New York City. Wux is spelled W-U-X. Those are not the call letters of the station. That's a code word. And that must be a part of the address. And if you have a question, or if you disagree with some statement that has been made or possibly will be made during the balance of the discussion this morning, well, you can accomplish that by just sending the telegram to Long John Wux, New York City. Lester, do you want to read a couple of those telegrams that we've received already?
Yeah, this one is from Philadelphia. Signed by Rob Roy Hunt. Long John Wux. Someone asked me, what do you think of the anniversary of Russia's Sputnik? We should have put one up in the meantime. I said, worry about what we throw down. It is much more to the point and much more advanced. Incidentally, he's right. It is the anniversary of Russia. It was the anniversary of Russia's first Sputnik. Man's first entrance into space in October 4th, 1957.
That's it.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, dear Sputnik, wherever you lie in ashes today.
He blooped, didn't he?
Yeah, he blew. Of course, I wonder how we're going to throw something down until we put something up, but then I won't comment on that one. Here's one from Wynwood, Pennsylvania. Please tell the Philadelphia Float Ben that I hope we shall very soon again hear the superb Ben Iskwith, spelled right, too, of the Jurgen discussion of May 31st, 1958. Signed, Marion Clark.
Thank you very much. Very nice telegram.
Thought you'd agree with it. Yeah, Garrison, New York. Among the elements are any equal? If not, why expect it of man? Tell me anything that is equal to something else. This is signed by M. Belcher.
What's that?
I don't quite understand it myself. Among the elements are any equal?
I mean, but
certainly not in weight, in atomic weight, but I don't know how else you would figure it. Interesting, anyway.
I guess the idea of the telegram is that if the elements are unequal, why should you expect forms of life such as mankind to be equal to any other kind?
Yeah. And here's one from Brooklyn, Long John. How many cases of the creatures are recorded? How many persons have seen them? This is signed by Sidney Isaacs.
Well, I think that Isabel Davis will comment on that after a brief period of time, because we want to continue the discussion in the line that it has been going. Here's one other telegram. Evidently, this man, that's Howard Menger.
No,
evidently, he doesn't agree with some statement that's been made. Let's find out. Read it first, please.
This is from Howard Menger of Lebanon, New Jersey. It says, Long John. Scientists of 150 years ago considered the platypus of eastern Australia and Tasmania to be a hoax. Skepticism has not changed any about other so-called mysteries of today. Tell Ivan there are little men, and we have photographed life forms.
Photographed life forms? Well, first of all, let's clear away the first part. Howard is quite right on the subject of the platypus having been disallowed for many years. First of all, they thought that it was the things that sailors used to make. They used to get the front end of a monkey and stitch it onto a fish and sell it in the seaports in Europe as a juvenile mermaid. Some of them were so beautifully made that you really couldn't tell where the fish began and the monkey ended. And they did, when they first saw the platypus, they said, oh, rubbish. I mean, somebody's just taken a steamroller and run over a groundhog or something and then put a beaver's tail on it and a few other things. But this other business I don't get at all. Tell Ivan there are little men, and we have photographed life forms.
I photographed life forms the other day. I took a picture of people.
Exactly. Where's that sign of mine? Help me get rid of people. No.
Stamp out people.
Well, here's Howard. I've known Howard for many years. I'd like him to explain himself. Of course, he's photographed life forms. You can go out and photograph a bug in the backyard. That's a life form.
He means extraterrestrial life.
I fancy so. But where is photographs of little men if he's got them? Certainly like to see them.
Yes, I've never heard of any photographs.
They don't register.
Nor have I.
Well, there's a possibility that...
Well, Howard is always making statements like this, dear boy, if you're listening. We've known each other for a number of years. You're always saying that you've got these photographs and this, that, and the other. Where are they? Why can't we see them? And I'd like very much to see a photograph of a little small-type humanoid. I'd like to see a clear photograph of one of these human-type space people. I have yet to see one. I've seen a silhouette.
In the Allingham book, you remember, there was a photograph of a shadow, which was supposed to be a humanoid extraterrestrial from Mars.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Just the back view.
Yeah, just the back view, but that's the only picture that I can recall. If you accept our aura rings, of course.
Well, there's that little creature that's in some museum in Colorado.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
I know.
Kenneth Arnold's pamphlet.
I've seen that creature.
You've seen that creature? But this is a little, quote, man, unquote. I don't know what it is. What do you think it is?
That creature was shown to me by Ted Kazimiroff, who is now the official historian of the Bronx. He's also a very wonderful, wonderful person, and he teaches dental surgery on kids, what's it called. He had this thing. It was brought to him by one of these crackpots, and...
Are you sure this is the same one that's out in Colorado?
Yeah, it was brought from Colorado. It was alleged to have been found in a cave in conjunction with some peculiar bits and pieces of something. It is a perfectly normal, abnormal, well-known abnormality. It's the most peculiar thing biologically. Apparently, human beings and animals can age in the womb before they're ever born. They come out 80 years old. Most astonishing. And this was a case of one particular type of deformity, which has a very flattened type top of the skull, and also has gone through this, I wish I could remember the word, it's a sort of speeded up geriatrics, the whole life history has gone through. Sometimes we get little tiny old men who are only a year old, you see, and this was probably stillborn and was of that nature. And he said, these people brought it to him and said, at last we've got a space creature. And he took one look at it and was able to say immediately what it was, and he showed it to me at that time. It's sort of mummified. I fancy that's the same one. But these people, I don't know, they're always coming up and saying, we've got this and we've got that. Where are they? Mind you, I'd be on your side of the fence, Lester, if I saw the photographs, because I'm not a photographer, but I have shown certain photographs that have been shown to me not of space people, but of big game hunting in Africa. And Bob Duncan, who's one of my partners, he is a brilliant professional amateur professional photographer. He said to me one day, he said, look, I'm not going to publish these photographs. Why? He gave me two photographs of a man standing in the foreground holding a rifle and a very dangerous beast charging him. And in one photograph, it was a sequence of photographs. You could see the beast away in a very far distance, and then you could see it closer, and then you could see it very close up. But he took a lens. It's a funny-shaped lens he has. It's sort of oblate, and he said, just take a look at the clothing of the gallant sportsman, and you will see that every crease, even the flies sitting on his pristine white shirt, were in identical positions. when the animal was at all different distances. And he said, I will not publish the one where the rifle is practically sticking down the nose of said beast, because it's the same beast which you can just see in the distance in one photograph, and the man is standing in exactly the same position. So they've simply done a nice dubbing job, one on top of the other.
Well, hasn't this been proven to have been done on some of the contact photographs, too?
They aren't that good, even.
It has been proven.
Have you seen the set that were sold at the spacecraft convention?
I was at the convention, but I didn't have time to see the set. I
You
would
haven't
assume
seen
that
the
they are
set?
the same ones.
They're extremely interesting.
Aren't they the same pictures that we've always seen?
No, there are some new ones. And very, if there's photographs of little men, as this is what he's talking about, or of life forms, are no more convincing than that set, which was sold, I believe, for $8 a set.
According to the newspapers, you're wrong, Isabel. They have a special convention price of $5.
That is right, but the literature listed is $8 if you order them by mail.
I know.
They are really a fantastic set of photographs.
Do these include the photograph in Marla Baxter's My Saturnian Lover?
No, they are different.
Because I was interested in those pictures of 250. The book is called 250, doesn't it?
72 pages, 2 hours and a half.
I was interested.
You know, you're going to have trouble even if you do get a photograph.
No, but really, there was one photograph in particular there which I thought
in
Marla's book, which I thought was quite interesting, and which I really would have liked to have seen the original of. Incidentally, do you remember?
Which one is that? The one the man disappears, he doesn't show in the film?
No, I'm thinking one of the spacecraft landing, which showed rather a Saturnian craft, which reminded me of a few other photographs I've seen. But do you remember, Ivan, on one occasion when we had one of these discussions, when I told Howard, and I repeated on the air again, that any time he expects a landing, or any time anything is going to happen, I would be delighted, and I think I can speak for you, too.
Certainly what I'm saying.
We would both be delighted to be there.
And see the thing. Of course, we're going to have trouble with photography, because you know there are some mirages which can be photographed and some which can't.
Yeah.
And it's
Still,
I don't think a photograph would be even the evidence in itself.
Still, I would be delighted to be present at any such happening. Of course, it might end up with Lester expressing his doubts about me, just as he expresses his doubts about the complete, shall we say, doubts about the possible gullibility of Father Lenehan. But still, I mean, I would be willing to take my chances on that.
So would I.
I don't think either of you gentlemen would approach the occasion in the proper frame of mind, and therefore I doubt that you will be invited.
Well, but you see, Isabel, I have in my day, in my younger, less unregenerate science fiction whatnot days, I've studied the philosophies, I've had some familiarity with the higher things, and so I undoubtedly would approach it with the proper spirit.
Well, may I make this suggestion? We have devoted a tremendous amount of time to the spacecraft convention, to the Mengers, the Van Tassels, the George Hunt Williamson, etc. I think we could get back to our discussion of the morning, because we're certainly very, very, at least I am, interested in learning more about Isabel Davis's theories and Ivan Sanderson's theories, rather than discussing the Menger thing that I think if Menger ever decides not to talk, I could fill in for him, because I know it backwards and forwards. Let's pick it up from there.
John, I'm glad you make that clear distinction, and I would like to make it again, between what we use, for lack of a better word, ufology and ufologists, and what are commonly called nowadays contactors, or sorcerians, or sorcerers, I like to call them myself. There is an absolute distinction. They make certain claims. We do not feel that they have brought forward any evidence. We do not make any particular claims. I think we're just probing and asking questions. We are highly skeptical. You certainly won't find a more skeptical person in the world than Lex Nevin.
That I'll buy.
It's perfectly true. I am not so skeptical because I've had a couple of shocks in my life. Things in my own field that just didn't fit in, and yet there they were, and you've got to do something about it. And I do think that telegram, which you read, a very brief one, saying how many time have these little men been seen or something. That's a very good point. We sit up here and we talk, and all of your 9 listeners, are fascinated, but we cannot, for Lester or anybody, you cannot bring all the evidence up here. You'd have to be like Leon Davidson and bring suitcases full of stuff. But I do think that we could give your listeners some actual facts. Isabel's the person. She translated this book. Here is a book which is on a quite different subject, really, orthoteny, he calls it, or orthoteny, straight line theory. That's one thing. But in the book, how many are, Isabel?
I think, may I take a moment, too, to remind our listeners that we are discussing a book that was translated by Lex Nebel and Isabel Davis. It's entitled Flying Saucers and the Straight Line Mystery. The author is Aimee Michel, published by Criterion, and it's available in your bookstores. And it's a book that I think anybody who may have some interest in flying saucers, I think that it's must reading. I think it's a great book and something that you'll enjoy reading, and it'll possibly give you some food for thought.
There are 3 particularly interesting facets about the book, John, and one is, of course, his orthotenic theory, the theory of orthotenic lines, which he observed in the sightings in France in the enormous flap there in the fall of 1954. In this country, we are accustomed to thinking of 1952 as the big year for saucers, because that was when the largest number of sightings occurred here. Tremendous peak. But actually, the European wave in the fall of 1954 is probably even greater. And he analyzes these sightings and discovered for a period, I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks, that he found these patterns of straight lines. They were not lines along which each of the objects traveled, but they were more like a railway map route, which were used by several different objects in the course of each day, and the routes changed about midnight, according to his plotting of them. Now, that is the first and the most interesting theory, because it can be tested in future flaps if we have sufficient data, if we know the place and the exact time of sightings. It can be tested. In fact, we tried to test it for the November 1957 flap in the United States, which is the most recent one, first week in November last year. And we did not discover these orthotenic lines in that group of sightings. Now, whether this is for technical reasons, whether they weren't being used, whether there was no such pattern applying or not, we just don't know. We found what Mr. Nebel called pseudo-orthotenic lines. That is, if you put down enough of these sightings, you can join a certain number of them, of the points, with a straight line. But if anyone wants to compare the maps for the United States last fall with some of the maps from France, they will see that the type of pattern is quite different. I saw you studying them, Ben, and don't you agree that the overall appearance of that United States map is quite different from the one, for example, for October 7th and 11th in France? The general effect is the same. Now, I can testify that those lines exist in France because I spent about 4 weeks with my living room rug, two large maps of France pinned down on it. We had to detour around it all the time, and my very sweet little old cleaning woman was quite distressed because she couldn't vacuum the rugs for about 3 weeks where the map of France was. And we put in the pins in the proper place, and we put threads and strings to show them, and I can assure you that those lines do exist as they're drawn in France. We didn't find them in the United States. Now, that's the first interesting thing about the book, and the second interesting thing is Mr. Nebel's appendix describing the flap last November, which had a number of very, very interesting cases. We couldn't treat all of them in detail, but there are some very unusual ones, including one which we consider very authentic, of a radio signal emitted by a UFO up in Lake Basketong, on the shore of Lake Basketong in Canada. Mr. Nebel himself interviewed the witnesses in that case, and he regards the account as perfectly authentic and reliable.
Can you tell us something about the interview?
About the account? Well,
Yes.
These hunters were up there in the, they just in a hunting party. I think it was 4 people. I'll have to look at it in the book to make sure that I have the details correctly. And they had their radio on, and
These hunters?
yes, that's right. And one man went out. I guess he went out to get a drink of water or something. Came back in and said, "I saw flying saucers." There's one hovering over the woods.
They were not tenting out. They had a cabin.
They had a cabin. That is
And
right.
they had a radio in this cabin.
That is
They had
right.
been listening to the radio.
That is right. That is right. And he said, "Look, there it is. It's over that hill." And there was this thing with a very broad beam of light coming down, and another one going up, so that the clouds above the object were illuminated by the beam going upwards. It was a very broad beam. It wasn't a narrow one. And the trees below, the trees on the hill, were illuminated by the descending beam. And it was perfectly motionless. And about this time, they noticed that they weren't getting the radio program that they should. And
Was there static?
yes, they're
Or
static.
was the program, was the radio conked out?
This is what I want to look up and make sure whether they were getting an interference signal or whether it was completely blanked out. I didn't talk to this.
I can take up there. They had 2 radio systems, and one of which they always got a government time signal on, which goes always. And they went absolutely blank, both of them, didn't they? Except for a...
No, excuse me, it was a battery-powered radio because there was no electricity at the camp, and there was no reception on the radio. That's it. Oh, excuse me, Ivan. There was another radio, a portable shortwave, which was also found to be useless.
I thought so.
And not even the government time signal could be picked up, yes. But at one shortwave frequency, a
Isabel,
very
I'm
strong
very sorry.
signal was
May I interrupt you?
received.
Everybody wants to hear this.
I'm not
And
talking close enough.
you're sort of going off mic.
I'm sorry. Now, I'll prop it up in front of me so that I can
All right,
make sure
fine,
these
please.
details. They did have a battery-powered radio and another radio, portable shortwave, and both of them went out, except that at one shortwave frequency, a very strong signal was received, described as a rapidly modulated single tone, somewhat like Morse code in effect, but it was not Morse, which would have been recognized immediately because there were two of the hunters were radio hands. It was so strong that it seemed to have blocked up the receiver. And the statement is made that this effect is well known to those who live near radio transmitting stations, and probably is well known to you, Lord John. There was about 15 minutes of this, and then the object began to rise and move slowly off to the south, went into the clouds. The radios were tried then, and then they worked after the object had gone into the clouds. The 4 hunters, shaken by the obvious unearthliness of what they had just seen, bolted the cabin door and loaded all their guns before going to bed. This is fairly frequent, this gun loading and wanting to arm oneself against these things. In one of the cases in Michel, possibly the first encounter with an alleged saucer occupant in Europe in the fall of '54, the farmer was carrying home a pitchfork. And after this thing was over, he said he regretted very much that he hadn't used the pitchfork to force the creature to accompany him, or else to kill him to have him for a specimen.
Well, why don't we get back for a moment to this, to the 4 hunters in Canada? Did they see anybody, any occupant in the
No, they
van?
did not. This object
Nothing at
was
all.
strictly airborne. It did not land, and they saw no occupant even inside without its landing, which has happened in some cases.
What leads you to believe, Isabel, or Lex Mebane, that this unusual craft was from another planet?
Are you suggesting the alternate explanation that it might be one of ours?
Well, I'm really not I'm just thinking
one.
at the moment. I mean, I know nothing about the story. I've read it too, but I know that our listeners possibly have the same thought in mind. I remember, I don't know, maybe it was 4 or 5 months ago that something like this happened in Texas.
Yes.
Where in fact, I spoke in Illinois. I spoke to a chief of police out there, or rather, the lieutenant of the Illinois State Police, on the beeper phone, and he told me that their equipment in the radio car conked out on them. They saw a bright flash of light, and he described this in detail. Now, I was just wondering, isn't it possible that this craft could be something that has been manufactured on this planet?
Yes, in this case it could, because the movement of the object was slow. It was a hovering object, and I suppose you could say that there was there's a possibility there was some kind of an engine there that was holding it up. Binoculars, which they used on it, showed no detail. It was just, let me say, it was just spherical. And there's nothing they could identify it with that had been seen. No known terrestrially manufactured object that they were aware of that it could have been or would have been with these two beams of light going up and down. But it is a possibility in this case because you do not have the violent maneuvers which are such a marked feature of the ones that do definitely seem to be extraterrestrial, simply because there's no way of figuring out how any airplane or jet that we have could possibly move the way some
Why are you so interested in this particular story when there's no evidence of even little men? I mean, there's nothing really fabulous about this story, but I think, I may be wrong, I think you've implied, Isabel, that this is possibly proof that something is happening that's rather unusual.
Well, I think it was unusual, don't you, John?
Not necessarily.
It isn't, of course, if I say no, immediately your question would be, well, when was the last time that you saw something like this? And I must admit that I have never had an experience similar to this. Mm-hmm. But I've heard of a number of these situations. I've been told that they've occurred. Of course, on this program, I've been told so many things that it's pretty difficult to know what's what.
Well, you're quite right, of course. There are a number of other cases of interference with radio and TV and automobile engines. Right. It's very interesting that the French cases, you don't have any radio interference, but you have some of what Michel calls the hallucinated machines, because he says maybe perhaps human beings can have hallucinations, or what happens to automobile motors and headlights and so on. You don't have any car radios, because I guess we didn't have so many in France of those. Well, I'm particularly interested in that case, not because it's the only one of its kind by any means, but simply because we happened to investigate this one, and we were, Mr. Nebel.
Well, what is your conclusion?
My conclusion is that this was an unidentified flying object. All right.
So you go ahead, continue.
Yes, an unidentified flying object, probably of extraterrestrial origin.
But why extraterrestrial? These phenomena, so far as I can find, could be explained fairly logically terrestrially. A strong signal of any kind will blanket out a radio which has an AVC circuit in it to cut down the volume of other signals coming in. And as a matter of fact, all they have to have is a defective, I don't know what the motor was, I don't pretend to, but if they have a defective spark coil or something like that, that is perfectly capable of putting out a tremendous signal for a short distance that will blanket out everything. And could give that a radio? Yes, there's an AVC, an automatic volume control circuit in a radio, which means that when a strong signal comes in, there's a feedback cutting down the sensitivity of the radio. That can reduce the sensitivity until only the very strongest signal can come in.
Well and good, Lester, but what was the object?
Since there isn't enough information there, I can't tell.
Well, the information, a brilliantly luminous yellowish white sphere, considerably smaller than the moon and as dazzling to the eye as a gas mantle, hanging a few hundred feet over the summit of a hill 2 or 3 miles away.
Was this in the daylight?
Binoculars revealed no detail.
Was this
no,
in the daylight?
This is 9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Only thing that I'm enthused about is the fact that I have a tremendous amount of respect for Nebel, and I don't think that the guy goes off half-cocked. I think when he goes out there to investigate something, I think he does a thorough job of it.
But he automatically connects this radio signal with an object seen in the sky, which is not necessarily the case at all.
Well, you have two coincidences, and that is the appearance of the object and the blacking out of the radio, and the moving away of the object and the return of radio reception on both radios. There's some connection, or at least it isn't illogical to suppose there's some connection.
Ivan, what does this sound like to you? Are you impressed with this particular sighting, this Canadian story?
Not particularly. I'm particularly interested in the fact that in connection with an object which doesn't look like anything, that they weren't just hunters to be impressed upon. I have nothing against hunters, but there are people of pretty high standing who were out on a hunting trip. And they had not seen anything or did not know of anything like this object in the sky, and coincident with it, there was radio blackout, if not actual radio signals. I just think it's interesting that any, let's call them UFOs, can do such a thing, whether they come from this Earth or from another Earth, or whether they're life forms or various different things. It could be, as I keep on saying, it could be all of these things at the same time. One may be one kind of, one may be another. But I am interested because here is a case which is as good as we can get, that something, well, at least it is in some way connected, in my opinion, with radio interference, let's put it that way. That was a new one. We've had the number of cases of car engines stalling and the lights going out and the radio going off in motor cars, both in France, in Italy, and Texas, Levelland, and all that stuff. And after all, that was the chief of police who went out in Levelland, Texas, after some people had reported these facts. He said, "Oh, nonsense, what's going on?" He went out and he rode around, and it happened to him, too. And a great number of cases in this M.A. Michel book here are from police blotters. And I know with people sitting around and saying this is all nonsense. There cannot be
Does
this
that
number
impress you, the fact that it's in the police records?
Very much. I think
really
the police, I'm very much impressed with the police in practically every country I've been in.
I'm impressed with the police too, but the fact that they have something in their books about an incident that allegedly occurred doesn't mean a thing, because if I go to the police department now and I tell them that I was walking down West 48th Street near the Hudson River and I saw two little green men, I think they would put it on their books.
Well, then you see,
they may laugh about it too, but I think they will record it.
I use the word police blotter in the exact American sense. I don't mean that. What I mean is something quite different, John. That quite a number of the people who have given it as their opinion in here, that the persons who said they saw things were not lying, but that they were serious-minded citizens, when whole villages said they'd seen the same thing at only a few feet distance. Himself had been there, a junior policeman, and his superior says, well, I think there must have been such a thing taking place, because the police, after all, are trained to be a little bit more observant than other people. They're much better apt to be able to discover a lie than just the ordinary person, and it's part of their training.
Well, we're not talking about ordinary things right now, Ivan.
Well, but
you honestly think that policemen are trained to investigate little men?
I think they are trained definitely to investigate and to evaluate the various statements of various different people about an object. You know the old story about 400 people seeing an accident and having 400 different stories. Well, it's the forestry police who have to go through all those stories and try and find out what, as far as possible, what did happen. And I'd much rather have a policeman's evaluation, especially a working country policeman's evaluation of what the people say they saw in his village, than I would take anybody from anywhere else. I think the police on the whole tend to be more reliable and know more about it, I believe. Therefore, if I see that a road patrol officer says that he saw so-and-so, I better pick up my ears and say, oh, my golly, I mean, he of course, a person in the police force is as likely to be mistaken as anybody else. But when he's one in a group, I'll go and get his evaluation first.
This is WOR Radio, your station in New York, 710 on the dial, and a message now about no-dos. I'm Stephen Sanderson, editorial director of Fantastic Universe, and Lester Del Rey, author of the book entitled Rockets
Through Space, published by Winston. If I may take just another moment, we are talking about a book this morning. Isabel Davis and Lex Mebane. Lex is in Europe at the present time, so he was not able to join us this morning. But Isabel Davis and Lex Mebane translated this book written by Aimé Michel. The title of it is Flying Saucers and the Straight Line Mystery. The publisher, Criterion, available in your bookstores. I have read the book, Amy, almost all of it, but I know you've worked on it, and you certainly know a lot more about it than I do by just going through it once. I was wondering if you know offhand how many different stories are in the book about the little green men and about these unusual sightings.
Yes, I do. I counted them up, and the European cases come to 25. That includes one that occurred in France in 1957. All the others are in 1954. One of them is a mention of one that occurred in Germany, but most of the ones that he deals with are French cases. And some of them are extremely interesting. One of the most interesting occurred at a place called Chabet. That's in the department of Drôme, and that's near Lyon and Valence in the southeast of France. It was a Sunday afternoon, and Monsieur and Madame Leboeuf who lived in Valence, had gone to visit her in-laws, her parents rather, in this little town of Chabet. She was out in the afternoon picking mushrooms, and her husband was a few hundred yards away, and there were some other people around. And her dog began to bark. As usual, there are 3 of these 25 cases in which the dog gave the warning of that something odd was was happening. And she looked over toward a wheat field, and she saw there what she thought first was a small scarecrow. And then as she walked closer to it, and the dog continued to bark and howl, and the other dogs in the village joined in the howling, she suddenly realized that this was not a scarecrow. It was coming towards her with a kind of a waddling or swaying gait, and it was like something done up in she described it as a translucent diving suit. And as it got closer, she saw the face behind the mask or helmet or whatever it was what she thought were 2 very large eyes. And she suddenly realized that she was looking at something that was a little bit out of the ordinary, and she gave a scream of terror and dived into some bushes to hide from this thing. Her husband heard her and came up, and some other people came up also. And the little creature then made its way to a circular, flat, metallic object that was resting some distance away in the wheat field, got in, and the object took off at a very low angle from the ground and went off into the distance very rapidly. And when they went to examine the ground, they found that the wheat was mashed down in a circle about the size of the object, and also that there are some acacia trees there where one or 2 of the branches had been broken off as the object traveled up in its as it left. And also, because it left the ground at such a low angle, some of the wheat was mashed down. And Mrs. Leboeuf, Madame Leboeuf, was in bed for several days, and I think
afterwards.
Yes, afterwards from the shock. That's right. And it seems to me that the dog was still scared to death 3 days later. Other people had heard the dogs howling, and several other people it doesn't say the exact number, had seen the thing take off. And this was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This is unusual because all but I think about 3 or 4 of these cases occurred at night or at dusk or at dawn.
Was there any peculiar odor?
No, there was no odor
like
in this
West
one.
Virginia monster that Ivan...
No, there was no gas in this case, and no odor. If there was any odor in the vegetation as a result of the thing being there, it is not mentioned and probably would have been. It did take off with a sharp whistling or sizzling noise, which is also unusual because not by no means all of these things are silent, but a good many of them are. And this is a very well authenticated case. It was very widely publicized in press at the time. It was one of the most famous ones. It's as famous as the Flatbush
Does that impress
Monster.
you, the fact that the thing has been publicized a lot?
No.
Because Howard Menger's been publicized.
You're quite
a lot.
right. It's an excellent point. And no, I shouldn't say that. I should simply say that it was a well-known case. It was better known than some of the others that he prints. It was a cause célèbre.
Isabel, I know everybody sitting around here no doubt has dozens of questions, but it's my good fortune to be the moderator, so I can be greedy and take up a couple of minutes. You mentioned about 25 cases in Europe.
25 cases in this book that he describes or mentions in detail. Now, this does not include the cases that we mention in our appendix in this.
How many additional cases do you have in the appendix?
Well, we have about five or six, I think.
In the States here?
In the States here, yes. Yes. Oh, yes. These are, I'm referring to cases reported little men and humanoids in the November flap. That's what the appendix covers, is the last November wave of sightings and reports. Now, we don't accept all of these. There are several of them that are of the contact type, and we're very dubious about them. But I was referring to the French cases described by Michel. Now, of course, this is by no means all of them. There must be probably at least 100. It's a little hard to count them because sometimes you'll have an author says there were several other cases, but he doesn't say exactly how many in a given period of time. But we certainly have 100 at least.
I wonder if you could tell us something about the author, Amy Michel. The background.
He is an engineer.
What kind of engineer?
I believe he's an acoustical engineer. He has made quite a study of this. As you know, he had another book out, The Truth About Flying Saucers, published 2 or 3 years ago. And he has been in quite close contact with a number of astronomers and so on. He's a technical man, not a theoretical scientist.
Are there a number of French scientists and astronomers who believe in flying saucers?
There certainly are. I don't know all of their names, but some of them have taken
Would you say this is more prevalent in France than what it is in the States?
Somewhat more so, yes. I believe that they are a little more willing to come out and express their interest publicly in France. I would get this impression from the book.
Is this possibly why we have 25 European cases in the book?
Because the scientists
there's more believers there?
No, I think one reason is that France is a smaller country, perhaps, or perhaps there's
Does that mean we should have more
there.
because it's a smaller country? Do you think this would be conducive to landings of saucers?
No, I think it would probably be conducive to learning about the cases.
Population.
Yes,
Population density is much greater.
Much greater and much more evenly distributed than here. And looking at those maps of France, it just seems as if they have a village every mile and a half, and every village has been named, every stick and stone has been named, and they've all been lived in for hundreds and thousands of years. It's perfectly fascinating to study those maps. No, I don't mean that we should have more, but if they occur, I think there's more chance of somebody seeing them because of the density is more even. Wouldn't you say as well as greater, Ivan? It's more evenly distributed. I don't mean there are no relatively desolate areas, but it's certainly evener than it is in this country.
Isabel, I want to ask you a question that's been on my mind for some time. As I say, I've never had really the opportunity of talking to you for any length of time. Usually we've had a large group around, and you were not the main guest those particular times, and tonight you are. I would like to ask you this. It seems to me that you certainly are implying that you do, in fact, you actually made the statement in answer to a question that I raised early this morning. You do believe that there are little men. We're using that as a term. It's possibly the wrong term, but I think our listeners will understand what I'm referring to. You believe that there are little men arriving in this country and other countries, and possibly they come from other planets. If this is true, and I don't think, at least you haven't told me up to the present moment about any particular evidence that you have, I don't think that you have too much evidence to back up your belief. You're certainly entitled to it.
But my question is this. If you believe in the possibility of the little green men, or rather the little men arriving here, why is it that you don't believe the Menger story? Why don't you believe, usually I have a list of 40 to throw at you, but let's just take one, or any of the contactee stories. Why don't you believe those?
This is a very interesting question, and I'm extremely glad you asked it, because there is just no comparison between the two types of stories. If you take them as a group, you will find...
You can take them as individuals if you want. You're welcome to speak.
But I have studied them as a group and individually, and also I have studied the Little Men reports as a group. Now, let me tell you a few of the ways in which they're different. In the first place, all the Little Men stories, all the Little Men encounters, I will say, are isolated, single experiences for which the witnesses have no forewarning and to which there is no follow-up. This is in contrast to the contact cases, where many of the contactees claim they have been contacted repeatedly. And many of them report that they have premonitions, or they have desires to be contacted, or they have a strange impulse to go out on a hill, and sure enough, they go out, and there's a saucer in the Space Brother to talk to them.
You're referring not to intuitions, but to telepathic communication. This is what we're told.
And so sometimes they will just say that I had this strange urge, I felt I must go there. Now, this doesn't happen to the people who meet little men. It comes to them as a bolt out of the blue for which they're totally unprepared. Mrs. Simmons, who was driving along a road in Georgia with her husband at night, and saw ahead of her, what was it she thought those were to begin with? I forget. Anyway, it was a group of 4 little men, and she had just barely had time to swerve the car to pass them so she wouldn't hit one of them. And her husband woke up. He was asleep in the front seat beside her, and he woke up because the swerve was so sharp and sudden, and he wanted to stop and go back. And she said, no, I wouldn't go back for the world. She was terrified. This is another way in which they're different. With very few exceptions, the people who encounter little men are frightened. They're frightened out of their wits. And in the famous Hopkinsville case, where I personally talked to a number of the people who had investigated the story after the report was made, every one of those skeptics said one thing, and the people who didn't believe this story for 1 minute, as one woman skeptic expressed it to me, she said, well, there's no doubt about one thing. She said, those people were scared green. They don't want any repetition of the event. They aren't like the contactees who go out and hope that they're going to meet their Space Brother friends again. They wish the original experience had never happened.
Isabel, I think I'm asking questions that possibly some of the 8 listeners would have in mind, too. Why does this make it more legitimate? Because the person is scared instead of happy about this unusual experience. Why do you feel... If I called you up some morning and I said, look, I just saw a little man, I'm frightened to death, Isabel, I don't know what to do, why would you believe that? Rather than if I called you and said, you know, I had the pleasure of going to Mars in a flying saucer, and Isabel, it's a fantastic trip, I'd like to tell you about it. Why don't you believe that story?
Well, I think there's a basic, one can't talk about the laws of human psychology, but one can certainly point to a good deal of experience, and that is a good deal of observation, and that is that the thing, the person, the creature that is different, that doesn't look like anything we have ever seen before, arouses alarm. It's the outlander, the stranger, which goes back to the days of the tribal organization, and the man from across the hill, the neighboring tribe, he was a menace. You'll find it even in a business office. The new man comes in to be the manager, or the secretary, the president's new secretary, represents a menace. It's a new, different, strange person. And these creatures that are from outer space are intelligences, powerful, able, capable, obviously technically far beyond us, seems to me that it's very natural that they would be, that fright would be aroused, especially if we accept the reports of the way they look and act, which are just different. They're just different. They're unearthly. Now,
Well, that isn't answering my question, I don't think.
Well, repeat, go on with your
Well, in other words,
question.
I want to know why you feel that if a person has been frightened by a very unusual, by a very strange-looking little man, why you are willing to believe this is legitimate, whereas if somebody reports to you that they saw a person with long golden hair and golden eyes and it's a Saturnian and they came down in a saucer, why don't you believe that? Why must life on other planets be different than what it is on this planet?
Well, it's pretty different on this planet, too, you know, and it seems to be... Now, we are told by the Space Brothers and their human friends that life's everywhere in the universe. And remember, they claim to have been everywhere in the universe. They claim to be complete travelers. They claim to always tell the truth, and they claim to have perfect memories. And they say that nothing is really very different, that everybody looks about the same, and that man would be able to breathe the air of any planet in the universe if he lived right. Now, this is a picture of the uniform universe, which doesn't satisfy me. Why is the Earth this little island of extreme diversity in a universe otherwise populated by handsome, blonde Nordics with page boy hair bobs? I don't understand it. I mean, this doesn't make sense to me. Is everything so different here and everything so alike elsewhere?
I kind of go along with you, but after seeing this cardboard drawing, this cutout that was made by Lex Mebben, I'm sort of frightened. I'd rather see these fellows with the long golden beards and the long hair. I mean, I think they'd be more pleasant.
Certainly. So would Howard Menger. So would all of the believers. This is one of the reasons why these Space Brothers are so popular. Because as we stand on the threshold of space, with the possibility of encountering alien intelligences superior to ours, there's a deep-seated fear in human beings, I can quite understand it, of what these people are going to be like and how aren't they going to be a menace to us. Now, when you turn them all into very handsome, beautiful people who are very much like us and very kindly and benevolent, you've humanized them. You take the threat away. You draw the sting of the alien spaceman. And, of course, this is a much more popular thing than the strange little men whose behavior and action, whose appearance and behavior are so mysterious. I think this is quite comprehensible.
Everybody's hand is up, including Jack Keynes, our engineer. Hans Stephenson.
There's a lovely statement in the General Chassain's introduction to Michel's book, which I think is could be quoted very appropriately here and now. General Chassain, General Air Defense Coordinator, Allied Air Forces of Central Europe, that is NATO, one of those gullible persons, you know, Lester.
Why not?
Says in his introduction something which I think is rather appropriate apropos of what Isabel just said. What intelligence is it that guides these objects, and what methods does it use? To these major questions we can give no answer at present. We must be satisfied with hypotheses. Human intelligence, perhaps. Have recent events not shown us that enormous scientific progress can be made in record time and in absolute secrecy? A disturbing idea for the West, whose limitations we know, but a very improbable explanation because the objects seem to utilize forms of energy that mankind of any nation whatever is still far from mastering. Non-human intelligence, including, let us say, little men? Why not? Is it a long time since Ptolemy placed the Earth in the center of a solar system that was itself the universe? Today, Eddington could not affirm that our race is undoubtedly supreme and that human intelligence rules the universe. We have become more modest and willingly admit that possibly there may exist, perhaps not even far away from us, beings whose civilization has far outstripped our own. Let us deny nothing a priori. Things
That's why you
which
can't
are
disbelieve
seen
in
as
it. Unlike the Queen in Lewis Carroll's story, I can neither disbelieve nor believe in 17 impossible things all at the same time before breakfast.
There's only 8,
Why not?
Lester.
Well, all right, 8. They've improved on it since her time.
We've got a couple of telegrams. You want to read those, Lester? Or you want to get them ready, and I'll take a moment to take care of a little business first. This is WOR Radio, your station in New York. Long John with the party line.
How long have any of you been in contact with these little objects? What do they eat?
The point there, just a moment to say this, that water is a very rare substance probably in the universe. And there would seem to be some attraction, I believe, between water, especially pure water on the surface of this earth, and these little fellows. I don't know what they eat. I don't think anybody's ever suggested.
No, there's never been a case reported of any food being consumed, and there are perhaps half a dozen of the water cases. I haven't ever counted them up.
Ben, there's one. Would you mind reading that one, please?
This is from Hackensack, New Jersey, the center of culture. Long John, enjoy your programs as a rule. Tonight, very enjoyable, sedate, and peaceable. Thank goodness the belligerent, ill-mannered, and ill-tempered Ben is absent. Good thing he didn't carry a gun last night, or on other appearances on your show, he'd have more in the graveyard than the subject discussed on last night's show. Signed, Taz Blakesley.
Thank you, Ben Isquith, for reading that telegram. There's another one. Would you mind reading that one?
I have a fan, too. This one's from Hackettsville, New Jersey, signed Howard Lawrence. Semantizing shrimp is lousing up works. Throw him out by his black beard, and night will hold ray of hope again. On with the little green buggers from the Reynolds assembly line.
Made in Detroit.
Well, I have something here that
Howard Lawrence.
I think you'll be happy to hear this telegram, Isabel. We have a fan for you, too.
Oh, how nice. Read it.
The lady is
slowly.
telling the truth. Little green men have been seen by Sir Conan Doyle, Arthur, and also stated in Irish folklore. The person that sent that telegram, your fan, Isabel Davis, the Mystic Barber. The number is Taylor 78498.
Well, all I can say is life has little more to offer. This is a climax which I will never transcend, I'm sure. I have not lived in vain. Don't you think that's so?
I agree, Isabel. Isabel, we're going to have this laminated for you so you may have it.
Oh, yes, I want to frame it.
I have one from one of my favorite cities of the United States. Oh, Ben will love this. Philadelphia, from Rob Roy Hunt. I have had life forms photographed also. I come from the planet Earth. I was photographed recently. I consider myself to be a life form and to broadcast.
That's I think
that's nice.
My point. No, it's John's point.
Don't be too sure.
Ah, yes. Here's one I'd like to answer, John, if I may. It's from Garrison, New York. Our friend M. Belcher. All Western Union operators are on the job. Stop. Sensational. All of them? Don't any of them ever sleep? But you don't answer my questions. Among the elements, are any equal? One answer. If not, why expect it of man? Answer. I am listening. Well, Mr. Belcher, all I can say is you haven't asked the question yet. You said, among elements, are any equal? Equal to what? Equal is an arithmetical term, not necessarily applying to physical things. You said equal. I trust that what you mean is, are they similar to a point of almost exact similarity, in which case, of course not. That's why they're separate elements. But on the other hand, since a man contains quite a few of them, how could he be equal to anything either if they aren't equal? This is one of those meaningless questions which sounds very beautiful but cannot be answered. I shall not try to answer it now or later.
M. Belcher. Mr. Belcher, I think he's the president of Canadian Club. Belcher.
Pinpoint Club, yeah. Another from Mr. Belcher. My third message tonight. Western Union operators on the job. Comforting thought. They take my messages. Nice. You ask for questions, you don't answer mine. Why not? You haven't mentioned Charles Fort. Why not?
Mr. Fort was mentioned about 4 times this morning.
Did he mention us?
Charles Fort or Mr.
I mean, this isn't equal.
No, it's not equal. But
are you only blind flying on a saucer? You don't answer questions. Why not? Sincerely. And Belcher.
Well, I think you have now answered that, and I think Mr. Fort has been mentioned, and I hope he may be mentioned again before the end of the evening.
may I ask Lester another question? Lester, I don't know if I've asked you before, what is the difference between a duck?
Well, they're convergent, you see, on certain planes.
There's an answer. There's none. Both legs is each alike.
All right.
Do you know the civil service question? How far does a dog run into a wood? There's an answer to that, and you can get in or out of the civil service. It runs halfway into the wood, because after that point is running out of the wood.
Well, no, that does make sense.
Runs around the
Which
circle.
country's civil service can you get into on the basis of that question?
The American civil service. There was one question, the other one was how long is a piece of string? It's twice as long as half that piece of string.
Besides, who said the dog ran that far into the woods? He might have only gone in and out again.
Francis is a man that's patiently waiting to bring a very, very exciting message. Has he tuned up his banjo? Is it already in tune? Let me first of all remind our listeners, just in case they've joined us during the past hour or so, we're talking this morning with Isabel Davis of CSI, that's Civilian Saucer Intelligence, Ivan Sanderson, the zoologist, Ben Isquith. Ben is the cybernetician, Hans Stephen Sanderson of Fantastic Universe, editorial director of Fantastic Universe, and we have with us Lester Del Rey, the shrimp man with the beard, according to our friends in Hackettsville, New Jersey.
The semantizing shrimp man.
That's right. And his mother came in, Evelyn Del Rey came in with him tonight from their home. Hans, you had something you wanted to add in before the coffee break.
Yes, I had one or two points. One, I want to correct the record. Isabel actually has 2 fans. Orfeo Angelucci.
Oh, must you do this to me? Please,
Orfeo Angelucci, gentleman out on the West Coast who is one of the contractors, was rather disturbed, Isabel will remember, by her article in our magazine some time back, and wrote rather a lengthy article answering it, which I was unfortunately unable to use for editorial and not for doctrinal reasons. But in the course of that, he paid eloquent tribute to her research ability and concluded with the hope, as Isabel will recall, that the day might come when illumination would come to her because saucerdom needed its pall. I just wanted to correct the record. Before, however, I ask Isabel a question, I do want to say that I hope she is still listening, that I have greetings, actually, to all of you from one of the 8, or was it 9? 8 listeners, 9 listeners that John has. The Right Reverend Annie Rock Williams Stewart, founder and bishop of Mount Zion Evangelical Science Church, who is celebrating the 14th anniversary of her consecration to the bishopric tomorrow. And Bishop Williams Stewart is one of the faithful listeners to this program. I know this because we have talked about Long John so many times. Another of the 8 listeners is a distinguished Arab gentleman who insists that he hates Long John because he keeps him awake. Now, I have one question for Isabel, and I want to come back afterward to something else. But in the meantime, I have one question to ask Isabel Davis.
You know, there's another distinguished listener, distinguished clubwoman from Brooklyn, Mrs. Evelyn Isquith. I just thought you'd want to know that.
Well, I felt, it was only appropriate that you should mention her, you see. I do have one question, however, and this is, Isabel, quite some time ago, before we got lost in all sorts of extraneous, non-little men topics, you were talking about the fact that little men didn't speak. Wasn't there an incident in New Jersey some time ago where a little man came about 4.5 feet tall, 4.5 feet tall, came up, came dressed in a rather dirty gray, sort of, not a Venusian suit, but some sort of a little man equivalent. He came to these people in Jersey. He was seen, and with typical, I'm sorry to say, Ivan, with typical New Jersey hospitality. Sorry, Lester too. The man, the husband, promptly met at the door and without a shotgun, but shouting angrily, "You get out of here! Get out of here!" And the little man said, "I'm sorry," he said haltingly that he didn't want anything, he just wanted their dog. Yeah. At which later, possibly apocryphally, the wife is described as having said that he would have been perfectly welcome to a dog. It was rather a nuisance anyway. But isn't this a specific instance of a little man being described as not making noises, but actually saying a connected series of words?
That is true. What he was reported to say was as follows: "We are peaceful people. We don't want no trouble. We just want your dog."
Yeah.
Yes, he was smaller than that. He was reported to be, I think, only about 3 feet high, and he was in green with with gloves and a shiny button on the end of the gloves and buttons down the front and a little green hat. Now, there has been a little further investigation of that case by a member of CSI, and it appears that it is not valid. I can't quote the proof. I'm sorry. I don't like these stripteases because they sound so much like the contact people. But it's fairly certain that this story was invented.
Or it could have been a little boy, actually. No, I know what Isabella's talking about.
It is peculiar, John, that the way that dogs do come in very often.
Why was there several cases in Michelle's book about dog napping green men?
Yes.
I mean, why? They always... Again and again, they want to take the dog.
Well, there aren't so very many of them. There is that case down... Yeah, I think you're referring to the one in Tennessee, Danter, Tennessee, where the boy went out very early in the morning and said he saw this thing, and the people came out of it and tried to take his dog, whose name I forget, and the dog barked and shied away, so they took a different dog.
And it bit him, didn't it?
Yes, I think it bit the space person. This is a very uncertain case. We can't decide about this one.
But they did find this boy, if I remember right, came back and made this statement. He was very, very shaken. And they got the local citizenry, and they went out to the field. Mm-hmm. And to their real thunderstruck amazement, they found there an area, just as the boy described this alleged machine, or whatever it was, object, had been lying, although the oblong was a little bit smaller. He insisted he was 10 years old, and he insisted that the thing it hung over the edge of this, and it was really bigger than that, but it sort of came up off the ground all around. That's about the only thing I think about that case which made it look, because the adults did see something in the field which couldn't have been put there except by a considerable amount of trouble. Did it have post holes, that one?
No, that one didn't have post holes.
That's another very odd
Of course, then there are a number of cases where the dogs have given warning of something without any attempt being made to kidnap them.
I'm going to have to interrupt. I'm sorry. Imagine that J. Robert Mantler and our good friend Dave Field, that they will be with us in a couple of minutes. They evidently are down in the corner of the room that's been allotted to me, and I have a soapbox and a couple of other fine pieces of equipment that I'm setting up for my office. Funniest thing of all, I had a chair. It was a nice chair. And I'm not kidding you. I put it in my office last night. Tonight I came back. The chair is gone. Somebody gave me a box. You know where it went? Well, I have to find it, because I had my name on the back of it. So I'm going to buy a chain. Really, the regular bicycle chain, and I'm going to chain it to the radiators. I possibly come back and the radiator will be gone.
Cheer up, John, because I know a gentleman I can introduce you to, and you know his name very well. who was a vice president in a certain large radio and television network, and he came one morning and his office had gone. His secretary's office and all the furniture, they'd torn the whole center of the building out and it had gone. He also received a severance paycheck when he went downstairs.
Maybe my check is there, who knows?
When they change the lock on the door, John, that's the time to get it.
Haven't got a door. This is
They just take the chair away now.
the touch of Eddie Haywood. Author Intelligence, Miss Davis, and Lex Mebben translated the book by Amy Michelle entitled Flying Saucers and the Straight Line Mystery. It's published by Criterion. Ivan Sanderson, noted zoologist, is with us this morning. Harden Stephenson, editorial director of Fantastic Universe, is with us. Lester Del Rey. Mr. Del Rey is the author of the book entitled Rockets Through Space, published by Winston, and Ben Iskowitz, the cybernetician. Our engineers, Jack Keane and Russell Tinklepaw. Ben?
Well, in going over Michel's book, I was very interested in this idea that he put forth of orthotomy. The idea that a number of these sources sightings, that if you put them on a map, particularly on the French map, when you get them occurring in certain time intervals, that they all seem to fall more or less in groups of 3, making a straight line.
Not all of them were 3. There were some that were 4 and 5.
9 was a lot.
Yeah.
9 in a straight line.
And he goes on and calls these orthotenic lines. And then I seem to get the idea that because this has happened in the mapping of these sources sightings, and because he comes out in the statement that this is beyond mere chance, that a significant number of these sightings that occur more or less in the same time interval should fall in a straight line, that these things are somehow real, or there's a pattern or a guiding intelligence to the way these things are operated, and that you could not get these straight line alignments by mere chance, which is something I don't understand. And then on page 257, which I understand is Mr. Mebben's contribution, or part of it, to the book, there is some sort of mathematical explanation of this orthothenic line theory, which I don't understand at all, and I'm quite at sea, even to the type of notation used. Was this from Michel's notation, or is this Mr. Mebben's?
No, this was worked out by Mr. Mebben, and here I simply have to resign. I can't remember a time when anybody who wrote a formula or an equation on the paper, our minds just didn't start knocking together, and I went completely blank. Particularly a split level thing, as n over 2. E equals mc squared I can just barely face, but everything else daunts me. I wouldn't even attempt to explain the mathematics of this.
This is not Michel at all. This is Mr. Mebben.
No, Michel has a section on the probability, but this section in the appendix, or the table, the probability table, is Mr. Mebben's work, and he is a very lucid explainer, but even he can't make me understand formulas and equations, and I'm sorry you'll just have to wait and talk to him, because I wouldn't undertake to try and clarify this point. But it is quite carefully worked out, I know. He's a meticulous worker.
I wish the terminology was more familiar.
He'll be back
at the end of October.
Maybe that explains.
Maybe meticulous, but I don't think he defined his terms very adequately, because I was not able to follow it either.
Well, the section is so terse and so sort of packed that maybe a lot of the explanatory statements were sort of completely condensed. I really wish there had been some sort of explanation of the terminology.
This is typical Mebben.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sorry.
You'll get it as soon as Lex comes back.
Yes, I wish you would ask him, because I know that it makes sense if he explains it, but he does tend to write very compactly and very succinctly.
Yes.
And but please don't assume that it is not valid simply because it's written into compressed style.
Does its validity have any importance here, inasmuch as he indicated that he did not come out with orthotenic lines himself, whereas the main body of the book does at least give some examples of them.
In
it
France.
seems to me his appendix was simply an attempt to use the same methods in America and did not completely succeed on the sightings he had.
Cannot establish either one way or the other whether there are authentic lines in the United States.
In the sightings of November 6th, we selected that date because that was the date for which there's the largest number of sightings that could be plotted with considerable accuracy. There were other sightings besides the ones listed there, but they were so far west that it would have involved only 3 or 4 of them, but way out.
The thing about the orthotenic theory is that, and tying it up somehow with the idea of little green men or extraterrestrial life.
Please, not green.
Little men.
Gray, greenish gray.
These not men, humanoids.
These colored little men.
Androids.
Various colors. These humanoids. Mm-hmm. The idea is that, say, if certain kinds of plottings on a particular day or sightings, if you plot them out, you get a straight line. It would somehow seem to me that this is not indications that this is some sort of life or intelligence guiding these things, because I would imagine that, say, the plottings of various airplane sightings on a particular day would give you all sorts of different kinds of curves and angles and all the rest of it according to the various routes and inclinations of the pilot and all the rest of it. Whereas if you find something that more or less travels in a straight line and is sighted along a straight line, it's something quite inanimate that is traveling that way.
No, it's not. That's the whole point.
Well, let me just say 2 things, and first. And the first is that he does not make a connection between the orthotenic lines and the landings and little men reports in France. There doesn't seem to be any rule about where those things appear on the straight lines. There is a phenomenon that he said was observed quite often at the juncture of lines. It's what he calls a departure point, and there he sees what he calls the great cloud cigar would be reported there with other smaller objects leaving it and returning to it.
The so-called mothership.
That is, yes. Well, let's not use that word either. But it is, in a sense, mothership and baby ship. And but there is no connection that Michel points out between the little men cases in France and the orthotenic lines. Incidentally, it's very interesting that in his first book, he was extremely suspicious of all reports, and he is still very suspicious of the contact reports. He does not accept these at all.
He's not only suspicious, he's downright rude.
All right.
Yeah, but the American
But in the first book, there have been a few reports of little men, even then, and he didn't buy any of those at that time. Now, in this book, he at least reports them, although I think he's very, very cautious about about committing himself on them.
I think I would like to clarify here as more of a publicist than anything else. I think practically nobody, if anybody, on this program so far, and many people who read the book don't understand that when Michel is talking about these orthotenic lines, and we haven't explained what orthoteny means in the first place, so let's leave that out for now. Most people think that if sightings of an object are seen along, say, 9 points that make a straight line, that something whizzed overhead, and at first one person saw it, then another person, then another person, another person, and actually the thing was traveling in a straight line. It's not that at all. His orthotenic lines are lines along which sightings are seen at different times out of order. Maybe the third one up the line from the bottom was first, and maybe several hours afterwards the first one, then perhaps the 8th one, then the 7th. In other words, these are lines laid out by some form of intelligence. Now, I'm going to have to throw a bombshell in here. Isabel, you don't know this. We haven't had time to talk. When I first got deeply interested in ufology, it was about 30 years ago. But when I got after the Arnold thing here, I got greatly interested in it. And being a biologist, I've always been particularly interested in the theory that some UFOs, as we would call them, could be life forms, non-intelligent, i.e., animals or not animals at all. No, a life form, another form of life which feeds exclusively on energy. Plants feed half on energy and half on matter, and animals feed on matter, which would live either in space or in the upper atmosphere. Therefore, I was very interested to see if their behavior fitted in any way with the behavior of animals. I'm an animal behaviorist. That's my job, profession. And I started looking into it, and I found something which I showed to certain officials, and I still have it. There's a letter now in the air on the way to Aimé Michel in his own language on this subject. I think I've struck something, which I don't think he has struck yet. These orthotenic lines are very peculiar. They are straight lines following the great curvature of the Earth. the coincidence is too great for mere chance. Isabel and Lex Mebel and Isabel Davis, they took catnip seed, wasn't it? And kept on throwing it, they say they kept on throwing it down, and then they saw how many of these little seeds they could join up precisely. And they found certain mathematical formula for the number of which would come up by pure chance. Now, these things in France are way beyond that chance. When you lay them all out on the map of France, you find they make open, more or less equilateral triangles, whereas the pseudo-orthotenic lines, which Lex worked out for this country in those sightings, are very long sort of angular points that stick out like rays of a star. Now, what if the particular things that were observed in France, if they were life forms, would have a sort of sub-intelligence, like, say, a jellyfish. If they were machines developed by intelligent entities somewhere else, they are machines. But why would they be following these lines? Are there any lines like this on the Earth already? And nobody seems to have thought of the simple thing, which somebody thought of very long ago.
Magnetic lines of force?
No, sir. We have one kind of line, and that is radio beacons for airplane travel. I have imposed a map, an orthotenic map, from sightings underneath an ordinary aerial map for any pilot will use. And you can get almost exact coincidence in some cases. Here, whatever they may be that's coming here, or even if they're coming from this Earth, they will be using major nodal points where the radio beacons pouring out on a beam, which, as you know, the planes get into and they stick with it. And they go absolutely straight from one point to another. Now, towns are all laid out in triangles. You could look at 3 of them. And they will go. Now, you have Paris in the middle, for instance. And you have one going from Strasbourg, and I'm becoming Americanized, straight away down to Nancy or something like that. And you have another one going here from Reims across here to Bâle or something like that. And a large number of them will coincide at Paris. They do there. Then there are other places in his map. There are other places where cross-country routes will tend to cross a certain point on account of the way that the cities are laid out on the map. It's all by chance. But there are certain places where you will get crossovers. Now, it looks as if these things, whatever they may be, are using our lines of light energy of a certain kind. It's certain frequencies, you follow me?
High-frequency radio energy.
Yes,
yeah.
Maybe as a guide. And this curious business of all changing at midnight. Do you know that they change their radio signals in some cases at midnight? They swivel it all.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Swivel it all around to a certain angle. And at that time, you find these things in this book, if you read this book carefully with an open mind. I mean, they try to get what Amy Michel is saying. You see that these things bumbling around in the sky, they're reported to come right down to the ground and suddenly make an angle turn and then go off. And then the next one it's seen, it comes down as if it's looking around to find out what new direction to take. In other words, we've got an already set up triangulated grid of irregular triangles on the surface of our Earth, which we're doing with a form of energy which can be picked up even by our simple instruments. And they might just say, well, we're going to map this thing. Let's go ahead and use that. That's very fine. We've got actual fixed points.
This is all very interesting, but I don't see that it necessarily adds anything to the intelligence of the creatures.
No, I'm
not merely aerial phenomena of some kind.
Surely, it could be.
Well, what kind of aerial phenomena travel along lines of this type?
Well, if you assume that they are riding beacon lines and so on, then you could say that it is easy to presuppose some kind of electromagnetic force that we don't know about to be non-sentient, as it is for us to presuppose it's used by the saucer people, which has been presupposed.
I agree with you 100%. I have personally never said that they're intelligent creatures from another planet or that they're sub-intelligent, i.e. like a jellyfish, which has a degree of intelligence so far that it's organized, or that they are pure physical phenomena. That's why I'm constantly inanimate, in other words. I agree with you 100%. But whatever they are, whether they didn't have to put up orthotenic grid to start with, there's one there already for them to use. And even if they're ball lightning, which nobody can explain, they might follow those lines, and it might explain...
What about...
They
yes,
might.
It's conceivable because...
what's the maximum duration of ball lightning now?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows what ball lightning is.
No, but according to the
picked a bad one, then.
Yes, you did pick
All
that
right, well, let's
one.
take
Very
iron
bad
filings.
one.
Iron filings on a piece of, the old thing on a piece of glass with your magnet underneath. They follow lines.
Curved
Well,
lines.
look,
Curved lines, all right. These happen to be straight, that's all.
As long as we are making somewhat ridiculous suppositions in my book, let us assume one of the things which has been suggested as a ridiculous supposition by Monsieur Michel. He has said that that you might say that this was a hallucination. But if so, it must necessarily travel in direct lines by telepathy. Well, if you're going to assume something like that, then let us assume, while we're at it, that the radio beacon electromagnetic frequency waves are inducers or carriers of telepathy. You might just as well go that far and call the whole thing illusory.
Why not? How do you know that it isn't so?
I'm not saying I don't know. I do not know that it isn't so. I do not accept it, but I do not know that it isn't so.
We have got an established phenomena here. If you're going to simply say that everybody mentioned in this book is all a liar, as I said at the beginning of the show, you can go ahead and do it. But I'm sorry, I just don't dig that stuff.
I
think there are too many people. No,
I have not by any means, nor do I intend.
That's what you're saying right now.
No, I am not.
All right, now we've got something going on here. There's no reason why we shouldn't discuss probabilities or possibilities, however impossible they may sound to us, because we don't know very much about it.
When we have thrown the normal rules of evidence aside, then we might just as well discuss anything with equal significance.
I totally agree with you. And let's dig up some kind of practical thing that you do feel is nice and safe and orthodox, by which you can explain orthotenic lines.
The fact that
such as he has here. Yes, we've made pseudo-orthotenic lines.
I think it should be pointed out that he said that they only worked, I think it was on 2, it might be 3 occasions when he got them. There were...
What?
No, the really significant ones. He laid chief significance to certain ones coming out from a common center, if you'll remember.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time defining just exactly the difference between orthotenic and the other.
Book.
I did read the book, Ivan.
Even just look at the maps.
I have read the book and I have looked at the maps. He was not nearly so much interested in the straight lines themselves as he was interested in the way they joined and the nodal point.
The intersections.
The intersection. In one case, the one of October 7th he gives, there seem to be a great many of the lines converging upon one nodal point. In the one for October 2nd, I read the thing in case I can find it. Anyway, that also had the same phenomenon. Those are the ones to which he seemed to attach the largest significance, yes, the October 2nd one. And I think he mentioned one other. Somewhere in here, and I cannot find it now because I did not index this as I went along, there was a reference to the fact that apparently these truly significant phenomena had only occurred 2 or 3 times.
Oh, excuse me, I beg your pardon, Lester. He considers the straight lines important, whether or not they happen to, on a given day, form a particularly striking pattern. Oh, no, you can't say that. He said over and over again that the straight line, and not just that spiderweb pattern on the 2nd or the other one on the star pattern on the 11th, I think it was, the 10th. 11th, not just those 2 days.
No, you translated the book, but I suggest you read it, and I think you will find that he gave major significance to those certain ones where the nodal intersections took place.
He finds a certain phenomenon taking place there, but he certainly regards the other straight lines. The other straight lines as extremely significant also now, Lester. Really, he does.
Regarded that, and in order to make his straight line work, he had to regard all sightings of just about equal significance, if you remember, so that to him, sightings, whether good or bad, he said so specifically. He said that in order that at first he was not able to secure a pattern, and then he went back and checked, taking the less satisfactory sightings, and he used those too.
Well, that makes it even more exceptional.
It may do so,
look, if those sightings which he didn't take at first were more likely to be phony than the ones that he thought were all right, they should be more scattered and haphazard. The amazing thing is that when you put the ones that people think are definitely phony, the ones which most people seem to feel actually occurred, put them all together, that's when your orthotenic lines come out.
That's right.
It shouldn't work that way. It should work the other way. The phonies would have been scattered all over.
He has some interesting phenomena, provided we can accept his data from which he was working. Now, I do not find any evidence of his attempting to fix the data or anything else. I think it was a completely sincere job he did. If his data is at all reliable, then he has found evidence of some phenomena of some type. This is not exactly world-shaking, but it's worth looking into. And as a matter of fact, in your finding the convergence of beacon lines in the same way, I think that's an interesting aspect, too, and worth thinking about. I don't think it proves the existence of a little green man or a little man or a little human.
Well, he doesn't say so either. He doesn't say it proves that either.
Well, if we
So
can
I
get
don't think
Or intelligent guidance of machines.
Well, it seems to me that it is no more peculiar to assume intelligently directed extraterrestrial machines than it is to assume telepathic hallucinations induced in a straight line. Now, who's putting up a ridiculous assumption if you're not?
I think both are... Oh, incidentally, Mr. Michel mentioned that assumption, too. I was quoting
and
from...
threw it out with gales of laughter.
I know he did, but...
As an example of the alleged scientific thinking of orthodoxy, he says that's the best they can think up. They've got
No.
He says so right there.
He said he threw it out. He threw it out with gales of laughter. He did not say it was an example of orthodox
Yes,
science.
he did.
But
I'll find you the actual place in here in this book. He said that's the kind of thinking that these kind of professional skeptics go in for. They get something they don't understand, they don't know how to explain it, and then they think up the most unutterable rubbish they can, which is even more rubbish than this thing.
Have you met any orthodox scientists who propose telepathy as a solution seriously?
On this particular score, no, because I wouldn't talk to such a person.
So
I don't believe in telepathy.
let us at least retain a certain amount of respect for the scientists who have not proposed these wild blue yonder schemes. I am saying that all these themes are equally wild blue yonder. The idea of people coming across all the countless parsecs of space in the quantity necessary to make these things work is just as ridiculous as telepathy, and there is less evidence for it.
I don't think so. I think there's a great deal of evidence for it, and there's none for
You would like to go back to the
hallucinatory.
source for a second on page 215 of the book. He's talking about the orthotenic lines. This is when they are plotted on an appropriate map of Europe, the daily observations reported by the press from the beginning to about the 10th of October are found to be arranged first on one, then on two, then on an ever-increasing number of straight lines or great circles, until during the maximum, veritable networks are formed by each day's observations. When all the observations up to October 20th are plotted in this way, it is found that A, until October 10th, almost all the observations fall on straight lines. B, after that date, approximately, the number of cases which fail to fit on a line increases every day. C, the descriptions of the objects seen in these non-conforming cases recognizably refer to known objects, airplanes, cosmic ray, and other balloons, meters, and so forth, although they are uniformly called, quote, flying saucers, unquote. D, in each network there is a principal nexus point where many lines cross. E, the phenomenon reported at these principal nexus points is uniformly the big cloud cigar, or the so-called mothership. And conversely, wherever the big cigar is observed standing still in a vertical position, that point will invariably prove to be the principal nexus of the day's network. F, the falling leaf maneuver with change of direction is always reported from an intersection point of two lines, but the converse is not invariably true, for there are intersection points where no change of direction is reported. Now, that means a great many more sightings than 4.
A great many more sightings than 4. I don't think anybody suggests there were only 4 sightings.
A great many more cases than just using 2 or 3
days
cases.
of observation.
Days of observations and observations.
Now, wait a minute, Lester was trying to make a point that he thought that Michel's whole theory was founded on these nexus points.
I said he said that was the greatest significance to his findings, not the whole thing.
Well, I thought it was one of 4. One was that they do form straight lines in a very short space of time, in a greater number of cases than ordinary mathematical probability would...
well, that's debatable.
That's one. That's debatable. That's one. 2, that you have these nexus points, and 3, that you have these parallelograms, these parallel lines. It's very funny that some of the lines in these maps, in quite a number of cases, come out parallels in addition to being part of a nexus and orthotenic lines, that they're exactly parallel. Now, there's one other thing we've all overlooked here, which I find profoundly interesting, and that is that they are orthotenic lines. They are not straight lines on a Mercator projection. They are a straight line on the Great Circle. In each case,
it is a straight line on the circle of the globe.
Yes, on the circle of the globe, which is enormously precise for a large... I mean, I counted them up. He's got 127 dots on one of those maps there. And they were all within an extraordinarily short...
all told, he reports something like 350 cases at least. that are in this book. I haven't really ever counted.
Yes, 350 cases, because some of his maps involve 20, 30, or 50 sightings in one day.
But there's one group of
there are two of
he's got.
Well, there's one map there that covers several days, because it's the three northern departments of France, to which he refers in several different places.
But it's still interesting, even if it covers 3 days instead of just one. It's peculiar that they should follow, or something people say that something happened, and where they say it happened precisely almost to the field.
Well, you have suggested something, as a matter of fact, in your statement that they are radio beacon lines. Radio beacons are usually set up at certain points along travel airlines or things of that nature. They are set up at, one might say, communication centers, where, in the name of the Lord, would you expect reports of sightings to be among people who have not yet caught up with this science fiction gobbledygook that seems to influence the little green men so heavily, more than at connection points? That's exactly where you would expect to find your sightings.
I don't know
Unless
exactly
you get sightings the sides of the connection points, and the little green men don't enter into these
He does not report them at other places.
Oh, yes.
Wait a second. Hold the phone. Connection points for communication is what I am talking about. Along those lines, those would be the main connections between centers of communication.
Why? I mean, I don't follow your
You do not, in other words, set up a radio beacon in the middle of France, in the least forward part of France. You set it up from city to city, don't you?
Yes, but there are relay stations, and don't forget that those beams are set up and they're shot out at one end and received at another end, we'll say. But those beams will cross each other in many cases where there isn't any nodal point. The node is merely in the beams crossing. There is no dispersal center at that point. That's the funny thing about it.
Have you checked that against your
I told you, the letter is still in the air. It's a suggestion. We tried it with a whole bunch of sightings without any kind of evaluation of the sighting in the very early days. I'm going back now to 1948. Now, let me finish. And I showed it to an airline pilot who'd he lost his job over the incident because he took certain evasive action. And he was told, if you're going to believe in flying saucers, you must drink in the air or something. And he was furious. And he did lose his job. He's a pretty good man and a very good flyer. And I was kind of upset. This is before Kenneth Arnold. It must be 1945. And in those days in America, this had never been heard of. But in other countries, I can assure you that it had.
It had been heard of here.
Yes, Charles Fort and so on. But anyhow,
yes, of course.
We sat down and I said, now look, here's a strange pattern here. It doesn't seem to make any kind of sense, except that it is a lot of them, of the reports, mind you. And I was working as a reporter at the time. I clustered around certain points. What are they? And he said, well, funnily enough, all those points are, of course, where we are putting out a great deal of electrical energy, power plants and so on. And he said, well, what's this one? Well, I subsequently found that isolated one happened to be an entirely unknown and completely secret atomic energy plant, which got me in a certain amount of trouble. They wanted to know how the dickens I knew. Well, I didn't know. I'd never even been in that particular state. But it was odd that the reports came. But then our thinking was, well, in a place like that where there is great sensitivity, from the point of view of speaking security-wise, that people would be more likely to look in the sky and interpret any funny thing that they saw, a star frickling or something. We went into that, and then he suddenly said, but wait a minute. He said, some of these things make straight lines. Well, I said, well, they tend to go along a line, and he said, I haven't been flying all over the United States all these years without knowing what those are. He said, I remember he said, if I want to get from Memphis to New York, he said, that's the line I would take. It's a darn funny thing that you've got. Here we had, I think you saw the map, didn't you, Isabel, many years ago when we first met. It was very crude and we didn't have enough, but we had over 200 alleged sightings, newspaper clippings. And there were great blank areas in the United States, and then there were these sort of channels where they lay, and in these clusters. And there was a double cluster where the channels crossed. But there were other clusters where they really were clustered, and those were places where they sent out these radio beacons. But it was not, by no means precise. It wasn't absolute, you know. And I have, as I say, I've written a letter, and I've suggested to Monsieur Michel that he might like to consider this thing and see if he can get any of his maps and twiddle them around and see if...
Well, he would have maps of the radio beacons in France, wouldn't he?
Oh, sure. You can go out and buy them anywhere. I mean, if you want to come buy a private club and you go with them, yeah.
there's one thing that question Ben raised that, although I don't like to get away from the little men, I suppose you're familiar with the W. Allen Webb's analysis of the Martian canal system in comparing it with the crack system. I think that's very interesting, that the canals show the same percentage of junctures, that he calls junctures, as the railroad and airplane system.
Yeah, any sort of, if the canals exist and if what certain astronomers claim to have seen are true, I mean, there's been a great deal of fights about that, but any sort of analysis of the Martian canal system cannot lead any sort of natural phenomena or explanation. They have to be
wait, excuse me, wait a minute. There is a publication just come out in, it was reviewed in the Royal Geographical Society's journal. It originally came out in Geo-Times, I think. Isn't that the publication of the Geophysical Union of the United States?
Geo-Times?
Geo-Times, I think it's called. It's a fairly small publication. A beautiful piece of work. Aerial surveys of the southern Sahara on the Nigerian side. They have got fault structure which is absolutely identical to
the Martian canal system?
The canal is supposed to have been seen on the canals, and this geologist, who's a working geologist, volcanicity at any time. Volcanicity probably being caused entirely by earth shift, and if you don't have ice, you can't have imbalance, so that's a long thing you and I have to go into sometime. He said there probably has never been any geological activity on Mars, but if there had been in the past, that cracks would have developed much the same as the Rift Valley, which, as you know, runs right around the Earth. It goes, then it plunges down, it goes all the way up to Palestine and plunges down again and so on. But he did bring out very clearly that there is a perfectly natural crack structure to be found on the surface of this Earth, which reproduces pretty closely what he said the canal is.
In other words, the Martian looking at Earth, the mythical Martian looking at Earth would say, I wonder what all those canals are.
Well, no, because don't forget we've got land and water, and you're going to get different rays of light are going to be absorbed. They may not even know what a sea is, but you will not get the effects from under the sea.
You'll have plains, flat plains to the Martian, but on the land areas, would you have canals?
You would see. You probably would see canally, as a matter of fact. Let's not call them canals.
Yeah, but along these fault structures, according to some of the observations of the canals, is that there are noticed by the people. I again repeat, there are noticed by the people who claim to see the canals certain seasonal variations in the color along the edge of the canals, from blue to green, and then finally to a disappearance of color altogether.
There is no question of that. Now, the very same things can be observed on this Earth now that we have planes that fly high enough. And some of the photographs taken of northern Ceylon will show exactly the same structure. Northern Ceylon is rather a dry area. It's very peculiar that it's rather like the temperate zones. It has a season, monsoon season, and the vegetation grows at certain times. Now, it flowers at certain times and proliferates, and then it dries away. There is a definite difference in color between the different, not only the soils, but the different basic rocks. And where you get a basaltic fault, that is the basalt pushed up from underneath in the form of a dike, it'll run on a meandering course across the surface of the Earth, and the current type of vegetation that grows on the basalt is quite different to the sedimentary rocks on either side, which are being pushed apart by this dike. Therefore, when you come to the season and you get a proliferation of greenery, the outside of the dike will get greenish first. And then, where you've had metamorphosis of the rock, the rock has been changed in structure, the country rock, by the intrusion of this magma from underneath, you get a different mineral content as you go out. Therefore, this flowering starts from the edge of the dike and spreads outwards, and you get an actual pattern from the air, if you're high enough up, of dark green merging to no green at all, and the dike remaining absolutely brown for perhaps another month. Very much the same natural structure on this Earth, which could be seen in the canally in Mars.
Let me interrupt for just a moment to bring a message from those fellows who are running around with bare feet someplace out in California, crushing a couple of grapes for Petri wine.
This one is from White Plains, New York. Long John. Dear Long John and panel, the truth will shock you. There will be visions and signs in the heavens. This is the second coming of Christ. God made only one universe. 20 hours a day for 21 months I have observed. There are no green men. Moon was spacecrafted. Hunters saw. Sincerely, Hildegard Horton.
Here's another telegram from Valley Stream, New York. I'm tired of your panel discounting UFOs. I have seen flying saucers. Am willing to be interrogated or would appreciate being on your panel. Bill Farrell, Locust 10497, Valley Stream, New York. Locust 10497. I can only say this to Mr. Farrell in commenting on his telegram. We certainly appreciate his generous offer, but we have never made it a policy of interviewing people who have seen flying saucers. We are primarily interested in people who have been in flying saucers or who have at least had contact with Venusians or Martians. If you want to read this one, please.
Oh, from New York City, Long John. If Isabella knows whether the little green men wore green jackets and red caps, then I have got the answer. They are the fairies of William Allingham. Vincent J. Rigillo, I think it is.
Vincent Allingham, yes.
Here's one from Garrison, New York. Western Union operator still on the job, cooperating long distance with my thanks. Is any element equal to any other? Please answer. Even if you forget Charles Fort. I wish an answer. M. Belcher. Don't make me wait all night. I'm paying for it.
May I answer that, John?
You certainly may.
All elements are disenchanted.
Is that on a fourth or a seventh dimension?
Depends on whether the plane is perpendicular to the hypotenuse.
I think Mr. Belcher will appreciate that bit of information. Do you care to read another telegram, please?
New York City.
Wait a minute. I disagree with you.
Oh, I know the theory that it's 175 degrees instead of 180 in the perpendicular manner, but I don't completely buy that, since I think if you add 185 and 175 and divide by 2, the division is untenable. You cannot get away with it.
Not according to Quale.
Quale would certainly disagree with you, according to his theory.
Well, you haven't considered the double spangle at the end of the perpendicular hypotenuse.
I think we're spending too much time on this. I think we should do an entire show on Mr. Belcher's question. Let's read another telegram.
From New York City, Long John. Read Pontiff's statement, Sunday Times, page 18. Wow. Please have panel discuss. No name, please.
Mm-hmm.
What? That's pretty interesting.
This is from Brunswick, New Jersey. Any known cases of dogs attacking these people, such as evidence of blood or torn clothing? Enjoying your program. Very much sincerely, John Ayres. Is there any report?
No, there are no cases. I think there's one Italian case where the dog tried to bite the occupant of a saucer, but without drawing any blood. And I know of no case where there's any evidence of a wound to the spaceman, the occupant of the saucer, I will say.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be useful.
I wonder if Isabel would just add there when in the Hopkinsville case they fired point blank the Marines with a shotgun at one of these small humanoids.
Oh, yes. They didn't even perforate whatever it was, the skin or the armor, whatever. It simply sounded as if they had hit a galvanized bucket. And
Boing.
yeah, and the creature would just get knocked heels over head and run off in the bushes and then come back. It couldn't damage them even at point blank range.
What evidence do you have for this about a Marine being involved?
I don't think he was a Marine. He'd been in the Army. That was all.
I know he was a serviceman, ex-serviceman.
Yes, ex-serviceman. Mm-hmm.
How many people do they have there? 8?
There were 8 adults and 3 children in the house that night.
You want to read that telegram, please?
Yeah. This is from Clifton.
Would you rather have somebody else read it?
No, I'll read it because I want to answer it anyway a little
I'll
bit.
accept it. Don't mention the man's name.
No, I won't. From Clifton, New Jersey, Long John. So sickening WOR subsidizes so much bunk as tonight's program. Integration, Red China, and 3 out of 5 American married women working for their daily bread and families is of so much more importance than this trash. Cannot understand how Del Rey can be suckered into and dignify these ridiculous subjects and personalities. Question mark. No name, please. Actually, I do not consider myself being suckered into the subject, and I certainly do not wish to dignify it, and by and large, I must say that I consider it just as ridiculous as the sender of that. On the other hand, if a person who has no use for the little men theory is unwilling to discuss it at all, then the air is left free, in my opinion, for people who will go on in a straight believing ramp, and we get far more propaganda, and more people can be suckered in. I am here only in the attempt to apply a modicum of sanity to an insane subject, and I am afraid that even that is impossible.
I would like to say also that I'm a working woman myself. For what that is worth, I don't see what the working woman has got to do with it.
This gentleman has been listening for a long time, and he certainly is entitled to
He's sending telegrams.
Yes, he has, yeah. He listens all the time.
Yes,
and as far as dignifying these ridiculous subjects and personalities, I would just like to say this to the gentleman. He's asked me not to use his name, and I certainly will not. I will respect his wishes. Yeah.
Same gentleman who thought Lex was a tremendous talent.
I'm sorry. Let's not mix this up now, because we don't want to identify the man. I would just like to say this, that I don't think that the personalities that we are very fortunate to be able to talk to this morning require any dignification, if there is such a word as that, on the part of anybody sitting around the table here. I might say that I am extremely proud as the moderator of the party line, and I can assure you that the management of WOR certainly must share my enthusiasm to be able to have Lester Del Rey, Ivan Sanderson, Isabel Davis, and Hans Stephenson Sanderson around these microphones. It certainly must be obvious to our listeners that I have deleted the name of one of our guests. Then I'll let you comment if you want.
I have no comment.
Thank you, Greg.
I'm not saying anything until there's a flood of telegrams saying what's happened to Bill.
I would like to add this one thing, John. I don't disagree with the gentleman that these subjects that he mentions are of importance. They are tragically important in these days, but I think I would like to suggest to him that it is equally important that we explore issues such as these, questions such as these, which may very conceivably, even if they do sound a little mad, affect us or affect our children. We have no right in these days to arbitrarily dismiss any one subject as unimportant or insane, because I think, and I'm sure even Lester will agree with me on this score, that history has proven that the subjects that were dismissed as unimportant and frivolous and ridiculous and insane yesterday have been the proven facts today.
John, may I speak on that? I think that history has so proved it at least 1% of the time. I also think that, as a matter of fact, I am very happy that you brought this up, Hans, because I have long wanted to discuss the serious aspects of witchcraft in the modern age with you.
I would like to...
Ivan and I, talking about witchcraft, Ivan and I were present at a dance. There are moments when we do get together and discuss other things than ufology. And at one point in the evening, and maybe it was about this time, as a matter of fact, a man was pointed out to me in Ivan's presence, and said, "Here is one of the greatest so-and-sos in this area." I would say that such a discussion could be extremely interesting.
I would like to also say to this gentleman who was kind enough to send the telegram that there are many programs on radio. I sincerely hope that this man continues to listen to the party line, but there are many programs on radio that deal with some of the subjects that this gentleman has suggested. We have talked about some of the things, but also Barry Gray on WMCA has had some excellent discussions on integration. Tex McCrary has discussed all of the subjects that this gentleman has mentioned, with the exception of possibly 3 out of 5 women that have to make their daily bread, which I don't think is a tragic thing. I think most women are happy that they're able to enter into the business world. But there are many programs that deal with those subjects. I think that the gentleman that sent this telegram, I think that I don't imagine that he would send a telegram to some disc jockey who's playing some music at night and say, why don't you, instead of playing rock and roll, why don't you play classical music? I think each one of the programs have they have a formula, or rather a format that they think is best for the listeners that they have. And I think it may be interesting to note that the management of WOR saw fit to announce the discussion that we are having at the present time 25 times on Friday with 20-second spots and 1-minute spots, and again 20 times on Saturday to alert people to the discussion that we are having at the present time. Now, this does not necessarily mean that the management of WOR agree with Isabel Davis or with Ivan Sanderson, but the management of WOR, to my knowledge, have always had a tremendous amount of respect and admiration for Ivan Sanderson. Do you have another telegram? Did you want to
Yes, I just want to say one more word, and this is, I think it's unfair to allow this moment to pass without reference to the many programs and discussions that you have had on the party line, touching on issues of certainly of considerable significance, social significance. You see, I think I have heard so many of these programs, and I have been extremely impressed by their value and by their importance. I think
Second that motion.
Yes, absolutely. I think
so
it's
many
very
things
unfair.
that you've had the guts to talk about and have other people talk about, which who don't hear on
I think it's very unfair to ignore the fact that you have, on many occasions, had as frank and as courageous and as outspoken and as detailed discussions on these subjects as any of the other people you mentioned.
Thank you.
Oh, and there's another thing is that it's the only program where these subjects have an opportunity to get a really thorough
That's right.
because during the daytime hours they're so chopped up that 10 sentences and the subject is covered, unquote. Here it can really be explored.
I can remember exploring one of those subjects in between a receipt for baked beans and what an ambassador's wife had been wearing on a program once.
I was once asked to give the geomorphological history of the Earth on television with demonstration. I said, how long have we got? They said 7.5 minutes. That's actually true.
Well, if they can condense Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment into half an hour, why they equal the geological time scale in 7 minutes.
One of the big troubles with our culture, I'm afraid, today, that there's too many technicians around and not enough thinkers.
Yeah.
Nobody can think anymore. They can only have one subject, and is it right or wrong? That's as far as the little minds will go.
I agree.
All Reader's Digestism. We're chopped down. Everything's got to be digested, pre-digested, redigested, and digested again. You end up with the wrong answer, that's all. People have forgotten how to think.
Ben?
Well, as far as there's discussion as to what is the proper subject to talk about and what's more important to talk about and all the rest of it, there's a classical little story about after the subway in Moscow had been built and the Russians were very proud of this beautiful subway with Greek columns in the subway station and paintings in the halls and all the rest of it. They were showing it to a bunch of American tourists. And the Russian guide was very proud of the subway. Notice the beautiful artwork and the paintings, and notice the architecture, and the floors are solid marble, and the halls are vast, and there's tremendous room on the stations, and there's all kinds of luxuries and lounges all throughout the station. They were going through the subway for about a half an hour, and then finally one of the American tourists turned around and said, we've been here for half an hour and I haven't seen any trains. And quick as a snap, the guy turned around and said, what about the lynchings down south?
Oh, very true. Oh, very true.
Well, actually, whenever I read an encyclopedia, I'm amazed to find that this book, which is designed to inform people and to serve as a focal point of all knowledge, has many things in it which I do not find interesting at all. And yet I bought one. Mm-hmm. Maybe I should send my encyclopedia back and get another one that has only things in which I am now interested.
I think you should.
We have a couple of telegrams, but just at one point, I have a telegram here from Catherine Georgia Polos. And in her telegram, she says, please stop arguments on lines and continue with question to Isabel about Golden Man. Unfortunately, during the coffee break, Isabel told me that she was not acquainted with that particular story. So to repeat the question and to have Isabel say that she's not familiar with the story, I think would be rather dull radio. So we'll continue on with some of the telegrams, and then we want to get back to our discussion of the morning. This is WOR Radio.
M. Belcher of Garrison, New York. Garrison? Was that where it was before? Perhaps it was. Long John, this is my 5th telegram. My Western Union operators are still on the job. Is there any element that is equal to another element, Long John? Will you answer my question, please? You asked for questions. Now give me an answer. I would like to answer this one seriously, finally, since it has reached the point where it is obvious that the sender of this is very perturbed about the situation. No, unfortunately, one element is not equal to another element. They are organizing labor unions there at the present time, and they also have certain women's groups who are trying to work for equal rights. So far, however, the elements have proved to be very regressive. They have shown no signs of progress whatsoever. As soon as I am able to get my union card in the Elements Union and to get my placard to go out on strike for equal rights, I intend to do so. However, at the present time, I must stay on the microcosmic scale. Thank you.
Back with our guests of the morning, Isabel Davis, Ivan Sanderson, Ben Iskowitz, Hans Stephenson, and Lester Del Rey. Well, we seem to...
Would it be possible to tie up a little bit some things here?
Ivan?
We started off talking about these Piri Reis maps. Be they fakes, as Lester, I believe, thinks, or not.
So you said something in your article about the buried city of Pone. What is that?
Panapi?
Panapi. I've never heard of it. What is that?
Panapi is an island south of Japan. Yeah, out in the Pacific Ocean. Now, I have been there. I was there when I was a kid. Very impressive. There are wonderful buildings. I mean, you can't just say the buildings are phony and don't exist. They're there. You can see them, you can touch them. Quite a lot of them are under the water. They are made of the most gigantic blocks of stone. They're perfectly trimmed. And you know this old business, you can't put a penknife between the fingers, there's no mortar. That is literally true in some cases in Panapi. And they go on and on. I mean, there's literally miles of these things, and the most complicated docks and everything. Now, just that's possible to be logical in this day and age for a moment. That stone of which they are built doesn't exist on that island. It's got to come from somewhere else. And it must have been brought there, or it must have been a very large land area at that time. But quite apart from that, people must have built it. And it took, obviously, quite a lot of people. Now, people have to have food. And you've got to feed a large population to maintain a large city like that. Where did they grow their food? It's all under the ocean now, all right. Maybe that if the crustal strips of the earth, according to Ewing and Hapgood and the rest of them, is true, it is possible that quite a short time ago there was a very large land area there. There's a whole civilization, and it must have been a fairly good one, because building in stone is a little advanced, and it was wonderfully built, must have existed there, about which we know absolutely nothing. It's gone. There's nothing left except Panapi.
Civilization?
No. There's just Panapi, and there it is, right out in the middle of the ocean.
What does the architecture look like?
It looks extraordinarily, I'm afraid, like Cusco in a way.
Yeah.
Very blocky and very... Something old... Tiahuanaco, no. Tiahuanaco is even more complicated.
Yeah.
Tiahuanaco Tiahuanaco is really a problem because there it is nearly 2 miles high up in the air. It's on Lake Titicaca, all right. But what kind of shipping could require a dock or a number of docks big enough to take a thing about half the size of Queen Mary? And then they have found, in Tiahuanaco, they have found neat holes bored into some of these blocks, which are bored by a kind of shellfish called Pholas, P-H-O-L-A-S, or Phaladomyle, or one of that group. They're very well known. They've drilled beautiful neat holes right through granite. Never knows how in the dickens they do it, incidentally. They do have a rasp at one end, but they put out something. And those are marine shells. There are no freshwater ones known. So it looks as if after Tiahuanaco was built, it went under the Pacific, or at least the nearest ocean, for enough time for these boring shells to bore holes in them, and then it's been elevated up 2 miles.
In Mexico?
No, in Peru. Peru. Titicaca. All right. In other words, monumental earth movements, including the building of the entire Andes, must have taken place after some civilization had got to a point where it could build in stone in a very advanced form. And it built Tiahuanaco. Did you know that the pegs that some of the stones are put together with are made of solid silver and they weighed half a ton? It's one of the reasons why the Spaniards tore the whole thing apart. If you really want to get an eyesight with that, read the half Inca, half Spanish priest wrote in the early days. Oh dear, somebody I hope will be able to tell me. Anyhow, it makes fascinating reading. The Spaniards, when there were enough of them there, they went down. Somebody noticed that this metal that was holding the stones together in certain arches and so on. They went found it was silver, so of course they tore the whole thing apart. But the early descriptions spoke of all these wonderful statues and things which have all been bust and thrown around now. But there's that, and then there's the Penape. And then may I ask my good friend Lester, to ask you 2 questions. One, if you saw a dead moose on Route 46, would you believe it?
Well, if I examined it, if I could smell it and feel it and touch it, I would certainly believe that it was a dead moose, and I know what a moose is, fortunately.
Right. Point number 2.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised?
Not particularly.
No, I know people keep saying a moose.
Not at all. Hunters come down from the moose country. I've seen the way I have seen the way they strap deer and other things onto their cars, and I wouldn't be surprised if anything happened.
Good. I like that.
I've seen a cow, incidentally, lying in the middle of Route, not 46, but on the middle of Route 35, which is a somewhat surprising thing. Nobody apparently stopped to investigate. The cars are just streaming on by.
I know of a game warden who stopped some gentlemen from, let us say, from Greater New York, who were proudly driving back. They had their gun licenses and their hunting license, and they had a cow strapped over the front. They thought it was a deer.
It seems to me like a practical solution. As long as they killed it, they might as well use it.
Let's be not facetious for a moment. Would you feel that the Royal Society of England is a pretty solid organization, I mean, from the point of view of science?
Generally so.
Have you ever heard of a man called Sir David Brewster?
Well, I don't place him.
Well, let me tell you, he was president of the Royal Society of London around about the year 1865, a few years before and a few years thereafter.
Are you going to tell me he was a little man?
No, I'm not going to tell you that, but I'm going to ask you to come down to the public library with me sometime, and we'll get out the proceedings of the Royal Society of London, and you shall read an address given to an opening meeting.
On an address, yeah. Well, that can be very interesting.
Not an address, no. Wait a minute.
An address, all right.
Wait a minute. Now, I'm going to tell you what I'm not here anyhow, so you might as well be quiet now.
All right.
In this address, it states categorically that a number of flat-headed steel nails had been taken out of a block oolitic limestone, if you know what that is. It's laid down in the Cretaceous period, in an open-cut quarry which was nearly 600 foot deep. That quarry had been quarried since Roman times. The strata are absolutely undisturbed. They're horizontal strata. It's in Yorkshire. And they've gone down, and you know how they cut stone. They cut out a huge block, and then they drive wedges into it a little bit and leave it overnight, and it splits itself in the morning. And when they came, you don't have to drive the wedge, you leave it, and it just, the pressure, being you know all about those things.
Yeah, if there's any moisture, certainly it'll spread.
Well, not even if there isn't any moisture. If you put a wedge into a block of stone, because the stone...
You mean a metal wedge?
A metal wedge or a wooden wedge. In the old days, you used to use wooden wedges. Yeah. But you cut a little cut into the side of a block of stone weighing 10 tons, and you drive quite a small wedge, 18 inches into it. You don't have to split the stone. You drive it in real tight and leave it overnight, and the stone will split itself in the morning. And it's split open. And when one of these blocks of stone was split open, in the presence of perfectly reliable persons who managed and ran the quarry, it opened up, and here were a number of flat-headed steel nails with square points on them, just like we have, with a little bit of rust around them, in the middle of a block of Oolitic limestone. Now, that Oolitic limestone, we know from the fossils, or we presume, was laid down 70 to 80 million years ago. I'm asking, this is the same as Panapi and Tiahuanaco and all these things we think we know. We've got a nice time scale. Everything is very orderly. Then how do you explain steel nails in the Cretaceous period, 80 million years ago, where they teleported into the middle of that block? You can't drop them into solid. You've got to get them in there somehow. You'd say, of course, they weren't there in the first place. But I do think
it's not been established to my satisfaction with
no, because you wouldn't believe it for David Bruce.
Now, wait a second. No, not necessarily. I would not necessarily believe in him. I would want him to be able to furnish evidence to others.
He did. He furnished it to the satisfaction of the Royal Society of London. It's right in the proceedings of the Royal Society.
All right, well, that's a little different from saying that I wouldn't believe in him. I might be willing to believe in a careful investigation by a number of people. When there was sufficient evidence for them to be absolutely sure that those nails could not have been dropped in any way. Now, there are ways.
Drop a nail into
I would guarantee.
Of stone. I don't know.
Ivan, I would guarantee to perform the feat to your satisfaction. Whether I could perform it to the satisfaction of experts is another matter.
How would you do it?
It is possible to split your stone a little ahead of time, and then to leave the opening there. Drop your nails down. They will gradually work down. And the block will move in the sunlight and so on enough to make it seem that they were in there. Then put your wedges in and claim that this is a later break-off than it was. It is entirely possible.
They said they were embedded in it.
They were embedded in it.
They were embedded. Now, wait a minute. That's why I want, in time, look, a stone expands in the sunlight just exactly the way other things do. Slightly, but it does, nevertheless.
600 foot down?
Wait, this was not 600 foot down. They were splitting it open.
No, sir. The block of limestone was taken out and was split. And then split in their presence. Just taken out of unconformable limestone. Limestone.
Wait a minute.
They were
split in his presence or in the presence of the whole group?
Of the manager, according to the statement.
Now, the manager I'm not interested in. I'm interested in trained observers. I'm interested in trained observers in these things.
A manager of a quarry is a downside better trained observer than some scientist sitting on a chair down in London.
Not of whether rock has been tampered with, not necessarily.
Yes, sir. They're the one people who do know.
He's the man who knows how to run
because so many
quarry.
hoaxes have been perpetrated on them with fossils and other things already.
Who wants to pull a hoax in the bottom of 600 foot of Oolitic limestone?
It is not my job to say who wants to pull a hoax. There have been hoaxes pulled. Why did Dawson ever want to pull his hoax? I can't understand it. Neither can you, I'm sure, Ivan.
I can understand it very clearly indeed.
Well, I congratulate you. They've been looking for an explanation. Why don't you supply it?
They haven't yet proved it as Dawson.
Well, no, they haven't proved it as Dawson. Why would Dawson want to be involved in it if he wasn't involved? Or why did anybody do it? Nobody came forward to have
a good deal of the scientific reputation.
But I wouldn't you expect that the manager of a quarry would know whether the rock had been pre-split?
Isabel, let me make one point clear right now. It is not my duty, my obligation, nor my right even to accept anything that is handed to me without a tremendous amount of evidence. The evidence must be proportional to the fantastic element of the thing adduced. It is not up to me to make up my mind. It is up to the people propounding the theories to make it up for me by the body of the evidence. The more fantastic the thing, the greater the evidence must be. Because this is the process which has built the science, which makes it possible for other people to go out and dig up all these things.
Lester, do you believe in
neutrinos? Yes, but what you are
doing...
Lester,
do you believe in neutrinos?
Yes, they have finally given adequate proof of neutrinos.
Do you think they're pretty fantastic?
Yes, and I did not necessarily accept them at first. Now I believe...
Upon what evidence do you base your belief on?
The evidence of neutrinos has now been established.
What evidence?
What evidence do you
believe in neutrinos? Now, wait a second. You believe in neutrinos, and they're a pretty amazing thing, and you said... No, wait a second. You said the proportion of evidence to be submitted is directly proportional to the fantastic nature of the event. Now, a neutrino, I think, is one of the most fantastic things in the world. And you said you believe it. I mean, what is this huge abundance of evidence for a neutrino?
Fair question.
By the way, I believe in neutrinos.
I know you do. Fair question. The neutrino is a fantastic thing, not as an isolated thing by itself. It is fantastic along with the entire fantastic nature of the inside of the atom. You will agree with that?
Yes.
the evidence for the neutrino is conclusive, not by itself, but along with the remarkable amount of evidence that has been dug up for the general nature of the inside of the atom, including such things as spin and other things. Will you agree with that? My evidence, therefore, is proportional to the fantasy of the nature of the claim.
You mean
This
one
does not
fantastic
describe
thing
that,
is proved because there are a lot of other fantastic things?
No, you don't
Not at all,
dismiss it. Its
because the
evidence is
entire
not on
thing-
top.
Because now, this, incidentally, Isabel, indicates to me that you are incapable of separating one statement from another statement clearly, because what I said was not that one fantastic thing was proved by another. I said that the proportion of proof to the fantasy was adequate. And I also said that in both the cases of the fantastic nature of the proposition and of the nature of the proof, it involved not the isolated thing, but other parts of the atom, too.
Which are equally fantastic.
No, they are not equally fantastic after they have been proved step by step.
But you haven't proved.
You haven't proved it step by.
We
No, but
manipulate
not
them,
even
we do
call it-
things with them. When we manipulate little green men, when we manipulate extraordinary radiations or things beyond the spectrum we know and can make them work, when we can, in other words, when you can modulate telepathy and manipulate it successfully, I will even accept that.
In biology, you see, it doesn't work that way. It's the other way around. You either have the thing or you don't. And when you've got it, you've got to do something about it.
The biologists so far have not managed to make any major change in man himself, whereas the
What's that
physicists
got to
have.
do with it? What's that got to do with it? Now,
I
come
am saying that biology is
That's a red
necessarily a much more maybe rather than either or science than is physics at the present time.
No, but, well, let me go back to my old one about the tardigrada, the animals which are related to the spiders. They are alive, and they reproduce, and they've got very, very complex, they've got a nervous system, they've got eye spots, and they're pretty advanced animals. They belong to the group, the arachnida. And you can desiccate those things as long as you like. They become entirely crystalline. You can see all the little crystals, their salts all crystallize out. And you can keep them as long as you like, sterile or in-sterile conditions. And then you've only got to put them in water, and they swell up and become exactly as they were before. Then they start moving around, and then they continue to reproduce. Now, any animal is animate as opposed to inanimate, we like to call it, for lack of better words, right? I know we've got things with ultrasensible viruses which are animate for one time and inanimate for the rest, but still, we draw a line. In other words, there is something, whatever you like to call it, a life spirit or something else, scientifically or unscientifically, whatever you look at it, in an animal which makes it different to a pure stone. Now, where does that, whatever it is, go when that animal is desiccated? Does it reside in the crystals of the animal? Does it hover around in space waiting to be called back?
Ivan, you are bringing up something here which I'm afraid does your science no good, because in chemistry, the question between living and non-living was settled a long time ago. For a long time, the chemists had this horrible situation. Is a thing an organic or an inorganic chemical, and they could not settle it. And finally, it turned out that it really made no difference.
No, it doesn't.
Ivan is talking about something quite different.
No, you know what Ivan is doing? He is propounding fantastic things that exist, and he is saying because those fantastic things exist, I must open my mind to things which he has not demonstrated. These are demonstrated and proved things.
Right, that's the basis of science, the examination of the unknown. Technology is the examination of the known. And you are performing that technology.
Wait a second, Ivan. You are saying that it is examination of the unknown. No. No science was ever gained from the examination of the unknown until...
Oh, that's what it is.
Until certain methods of examining the unknown, which could provide controls, which could provide careful checks on all human errors in thinking, and a number of other things, including a very large measure of skepticism and unwillingness to accept more than one step at a time, went with it. It takes much more than just an examination. It takes a very careful methodology of examination.
That's exactly what we're asking these people.
You give me the methodology, the ability, among other things, to predict.
Sure. Well, I would suggest, first of all, let us take any example you like Little Green Men. Instead of a lot of people sitting around...
I don't like that example. I never did.
Well, Little Silver Men, then. Or would you rather have
a little silverfish, I'll take.
No, Silver Man. Humanoid. Wait a minute, just let me finish this, I don't want you to be impolite. I would strongly suggest that people...
Continue, Ivan.
I haven't been impolite. I can be if you want to.
No one suggested that.
No, I interrupted Isabel, and I think it's better. No, just calling following my train of thought on Lester's suggestion there.
Which train of thought? Which track?
You said you've got to set up a methodology, first of all. And you suggested I might suggest a methodology for examining one of these unknowns.
Oh, no, there are methodologies already that have been used by science.
Well, why the dickens don't they use it instead of sitting around and say it can't be?
They have.
Why don't they go out and have a look at Panarti and really try and find out what is going on?
Well, you know, recently they went out and took a look at this great Easter Island, which had been a mystery for so long, and you know something? It didn't turn out to be such a mystery as all that.
Something worthwhile. Why can't we do the same with these other things? Instead of sitting around and saying Michel is the whole thing is imagination, and it's hallucination, and it's all these other...
I did not say that about Michel.
But I'm saying that a lot of people do. Now, that book, if you read that book, those are alleged facts. They're statements, and certain persons said they saw such and such and such.
Do you have an alleged fact?
I think so,
You have the allegation of a fact.
Yeah. Oh, no, you can have an alleged fact.
It isn't truly a fact, but somebody has alleged it.
When you go to a court of law and you find it's an alleged fact, it's very different from a fact.
Yeah.
But these are a number of allegations, in other words, in here, that such and such persons have seen such and such things. There's an awful number of people involved, and I'm partly French, and I know the French, and they're pretty solid citizens, even when they're away out in the country as peasants. I don't believe that they're all telling lies or all being hallucinated. And I suggested it's about time that some of these people with their high-minded methodologies, both technological and basically scientific, which is quite different, that they might use a little of their time to investigate something like this now, instead of sitting back and saying it's all rubbish.
Have you read the new book entitled The Eternal Search?
No.
Putman is the publisher, and I can't think of the author. I'm sorry to say he's a West Coast newspaper man, and he wrote this book. This is about the history of medicine.
What you're doing, and try to prove because something worked once that it should be used.
What's a quasi-analogy?
It's a half-baked analogy, half-done, which is a quarter analogy. If you're going to start all that...
Quattro analogy, wouldn't it?
Quattro would be 4 times analogy. And I haven't even heard one good one yet. If you're going to start with all this stuff, just remember this. Probably the most important thing in the world to the human animal on the face of the earth today is survival after death. Ivan, there have been at least 95 million ideas about survival after death. Have you examined every single one of them?
Have you counted
one?
At least 95
You've got a closed mind on the subject?
Not the closed mind. I haven't got the time. I've got other
You
things
haven't got
to
the
do.
time? Well, maybe some of the other people haven't got time for all these kinds of nonsense
I don't
either.
happen to be interested in afterlife.
In other words, because you happen to be
I think
interested in
afterlife
this.
is nonsense.
You're interested in this, so everybody should be interested in it. But a lot of people are interested in afterlife, and you aren't interested in it, so that's all right for you to turn your nose up at.
You're muddling the issue.
I'm afraid that you're taking two sides of the same idea, Ivan. You were saying it is all right not to examine it, but people should examine. Which do you mean?
The people who are interested in flying saucers should examine it.
All right, leave it to them. Why do they insist that others look at it?
You're referring to Michel's book.
Anything in this subject, all right. Here,
You mean you're not interested in it?
Meteorologist.
All right,
Isabel, I want to hear this.
No.
I said, are you recommending that they should examine Michel's book or everything?
No. Let me put it this way. The whole flying saucer thing, you want it called that, ufology.
Right.
It's something that happens in the sky. There are a certain number of of technologies which are concerned with the sky, if you want to be technical about it. There are certain sciences. There's meteorology, there's astronomy to a certain extent, the chemists to a limited extent interested. The zoologists should be because we get a certain number of insects and stuff in the sky. Now, the persons who are concerned with the chemistry of the sky or the meteorology of the sky, climatology, they should be forced to read anything like this. If it's they read it at least, and if it's rubbish, they think it's rubbish, throw it out. On the other hand, there are things in that book which are irrefutable. They're there, and something's got to be done about them. It's no good the specialists in the sky simply saying, oh, a lot of crackpotism, we haven't got time to do stuff like that, and just ignoring it.
Then let me ask you this question, Ivan.
The people who are concerned should be interested.
Then let me ask you this, and this is an old question, and of course Mr. Nebel and Mr. Blocher, they are not here today, and I don't think that I think I can ask Isabel the question, but I'll ask you instead, because you're recommending that everybody who's interested in saucers should read and investigate things. Why haven't Isabel and Blocher and Nebel investigated Howard Menzies.
They have. Very expensive.
And I want to get on that sometime along the line.
This is certainly something that's happened recently, because prior to this, they said they didn't want to bother. I've had these two men on the show, and they said to me, it's ridiculous. They didn't have to bother. I'm talking about Nebel and Blocher.
Those two are not particularly interested in that aspect of the thing. Isabel has been more interested in written on the subject. I have been profoundly interested in it.
If a man isn't interested in the subject, but he's a zoologist or anything else, he should be compelled to read this book on flying saucers. But if he's a living being who is necessarily interested in life after death, which many people are, then it's all right for him not to investigate that. Probably the fundamental problem that faces the human animal. That's all right. He can turn his nose up at that. Or if he's not interested in one aspect of flying saucers, but he's interested in flying saucers, it's all right for him to say, well, I'm not interested in it. Nevertheless, the scientist should be compelled to read something out of his own field.
Just like, what's the matter with this
I'm
country
afraid
now?
your consistency leaves much to be desired.
May I say something? Here we are fighting communism, and we won't even allow in the schools I feel that it's taught a course in what communism really is. They're all going around shooting their mouths off. They don't really know either the dangers of it or even what that wretched old creature Karl Marx said. He was all wrong about.
Is this a red herring across the argument?
No, it is not. I'm simply saying that if a scientist says he's a good scientist and his speciality is meteorology, he ought to read everything that impinges upon it.
And if he's a human being, he ought to read everything that impinges upon life, including survival after life. And if he's as a ufologist, he should read everything
in human beings. To me, only as an advanced kind of animal.
You are a biologist not interested in human beings?
Only as a kind of primate, that's all.
Well, as a kind of primate.
And when it comes to a lot of stuff about afterlife and all that kind of thing, I'm not...
Oh, well, there's a lot of evidence for that, whether you believe it or not. You should investigate then. Don't close your mind on it, Ivan.
I will not close my mind.
Don't say that one person should have to read a subject because it impinges on his life, and then turn around and say that you should not have to read a subject which impinges on your life.
Divaricating.
Either be consistent on this subject or else drop the whole thing.
I am not... I've never set myself up to be an expert on anything connected with the afterlife. Therefore, I will not
except on what people should read.
But an astronomer sets himself up to know what's in the sky, and it's up to him to read everything that's about it, as far as he can. There's too much to read in this day and age, but the best, he should keep himself informed and not turn his back on it. It's his speciality.
Well, I would like to express a third opinion, and thank you, Long John. I've been bursting over here. That is this, that if an astronomer says, no, I'm not interested in flying saucers, okay, I will not say he has to read it. I personally think he should, but what I object to is when the astronomer says, I'm not interested, I don't believe, and everybody's crazy for treason. And the example that I would like to quote is the one about the French cave paintings. I think the first cave to be discovered was in Spain, wasn't it, Aldemaro? And a couple of children got into the underground cavern here, and they came back with these reports of these animals. Well, the man who owned the property, he owned an old castle. He was some sort of a decayed Spanish lord, a very nice man, I gather, went down and saw these things and was very much impressed by them. Yes, prejudice. And he started to publicize them. He got one anthropologist to come and look at them, and this anthropologist was very much interested, and he went and spoke to a meeting of scientists. And they all disbelieved him. They said those things can't possibly be as old as you say they are. Somebody must have snuck in and painted those walls when nobody was looking. Even though the child had a hard time getting in, it was still hard to get into the cave, but they'd just been painted because the paint was still kind of sticky and, felt fresh. So the man who owned the castle invited a whole flock of these scientists to come and see the caves in themselves. And the great day came. He was going to have his convention. Nobody showed up, and it was something like 20 years before another anthropologist would even come and look at those caves, even though now so of course those are prehistoric cave paintings. But this is the attitude I cannot understand, which is that they will express an interest and express an opinion about it, a negative opinion, before they've been to look at it. Now, I don't happen to be very much personally interested in life after death, and I haven't studied the evidence for survival. But I don't sit around and dogmatize one way or another about it because I don't consider that I'm competent to discuss it. I have not studied it. But on UFOs, people who have not studied the data, who are not familiar with the reports, though they may claim to be familiar with it, will tell you flatly just what somebody saw in France on October 10th, 1954, whether they have ever really read the report or studied it or not.
Let me interrupt for just a moment to take care of a little business here.
You say that, I get a mental picture of 100 hands reaching for 100 telephones to call up Western Union.
Are there 100 telephones in Philadelphia?
They have a special deal with the AT&T.
Because I happen to like Philadelphia. I spent a considerable amount of time there.
Ben, my publisher is in Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia.
It's becoming a very beautiful city.
Your publishers are in Philadelphia, aren't they?
Winston, yes.
I don't like all these insults at Philadelphia.
Oh, it's a nice town.
Of course it is.
When were you there last?
I don't know, several months ago.
Significant cases, and no one who passes any judgment, either for or against UFOs, should do so and say, no, I'll make it 50 cases. Now, if you don't know those, if I can say to you, what do you think Nash and Fortenberry saw? What do you think was seen over Farmington, New Mexico? What do you think was seen at Great Falls, Montana? And the skeptic says, well, I'm not familiar with that case. Then I say he hasn't performed the minimum, and I don't say he has to spend 8 hours a day.
You left out one case that really made a dent in my skepticism was the Washington sighting. Is that... Well, not besides, I mean, radar got screwy a couple of times, but aside from the radar sightings, is that I think in the only time in all the so-called canon of ufology, is that at the exact same time that you had radar sightings and radar blips, is that a bunch of pursuit pilots in its interceptor squadron was directed to that quadrant by the blips on the radar screen. They were told to follow this certain pattern, and they would meet up with they were told to investigate this area of the sky. When they got there, the interceptor pilots then radioed back. They saw something. They were directed by the radar blip. And then on the radar screen, the blip of the plane came through, and you saw the blip of the plane approaching the so-called blip, the unidentified UFO, whatever it was. And then the pursuit pilot would radio that he was following it. And you could see on the screen the blip being followed by the plane blip. Then he reported it disappeared. At the same time, it disappeared on the radar screen, and the only thing that was left was the pursuit ship. And then they said they were turning around, they were coming back. And you can see the interceptor blips coming back. And then all of a sudden, the UFO blips reappeared, and at the same time the interceptor pilots radioed, they see them again. Now, this to me is at the same time radar observation and visual observation of something that was up there. And this to me is a very unexplainable thing.
Then may I say that you haven't had the time or the inclination to read much into the ufological field, but I bet you, I'll take a bet on it, and you can put as much money as you like on the table, up to what I have, that Isabel, within 24 hours, can produce you 50 similar identical cases authenticated by the government.
Yes.
Why is it that the Undersecretary for the Department of Defense, on the air, when Donald Kehoe was on that program, there was all that fuss about it being cut off, at the end of the program, he was overlooked. The hot air gentleman, the Menzel, and some other people had a good innings, and they were listened to, and the Army man, the Air Force man in uniform was excellent. He stuck to it himself. No, there is 1.9 of cases which, with all the evidence that we could wish for, we still can't explain it physically in any way.
During those months.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. Yes. Now, during those months, and he only took 6 months out of 1 year. But at the end, everybody overlooked the Undersecretary of Defense, who very quietly sat there and terminated the program, Lester. And he said,
I heard the program.
Well, finally, he said, and will you, all citizens, please pick up your telephone and ring up your nearest air base and just tell us what you saw or what you think you saw. Now, I don't think that an undersecretary, and maybe he's only an undersecretary, but still, I don't think he would say that on the air unless the Air Force was deeply interested in hearing what people do say.
Well, of course it is.
Right.
It has to be.
Well, have we not made point that there is a phenomena here, according to a great number of people and machines who don't have emotions or hallucinations, I hope, that there is a phenomena that is worthwhile investigating. Now, if you go that far, then I'll simply say that in my briefcase, which I happen to have with me this evening, lying over there, I will give you the simplified basis of which you asked. We are trying to put ufology into a scientific framework. It's all written out there. There's about, we are going through a straight methodology, and you will not have to read every sighting. You can read in there a certain number of selected pieces, which are not altogether cleaned up yet, some by you and some by some other people, and you will get an overall picture of what has been said and the authorities who have backed it up. People like Tombaugh, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Tombaugh is in the forefront of the authorities who were cited for almost every paraphysical and mystical thing that is brought up. Ever since he discovered Pluto, he is. Do you believe in psionics? He's mixed up in psionics.
Oh, no.
He is.
Mystical.
He is mixed up in psionics, Hieronymus machine, and a number of other things.
I'll tell you something about psionics. There's an effect there which needs investigating on some people.
Well, he is. Do you believe in the Hieronymus machine? Tombaugh is right at the front of that.
Man, I don't believe or disbelieve in anything, but anything which works or happens or is, which I can put in a bottle and send to a museum, I want to darn well know what it is and how it fits into the scheme of things. And that's what I'm interested in.
How are you going to get any new sciences if you deny the first awkward, inconvenient, non-conforming observation?
One of the essential things to any science, and I don't think even Ben, in his newly converted state, Yes, in your newly converted state, Ben, because when you think that things can be investigated, a multiple word like things can be investigated, but that spirits cannot.
I think things are a very good word.
Things is a very good word which has absolutely no meaning whatsoever, since it includes ideas, phenomena of every kind and everything else. Now wait, I don't want to get into this.
Well, may I get into something else, Lester?
Well, now,
May you and I talk really seriously for a minute? We've been bandying it about. Let me ask you a question.
Well, all right, you talk really serious for a while.
Really seriously. I'm a deeply religious person. There's one very basic question. Do you believe, or do you feel, and you're entitled to any opinions you like, Lester, that human beings, let us say human beings, that human beings, listen to me, Lester, human beings or all animals on the surface of this earth have been developed here by a natural process of evolution, or do you believe that they are bioids, i.e., manufactured by another intelligence?
Since I do not know of any other intelligence.
You don't believe in the Almighty, then?
Now, wait. You said manufactured. I do not think that an Almighty has to use a method of manufacture which keeps us from being an evolutionary product. There is no reason why these two concepts must be mutually contradictory.
They are not. That is the entire point that I'm asking you. No? All right, now, all religions throughout life, throughout history, have stated that man and all other animals were created. Now, were they created or did they just come about? There is a certain difference there. There is, just a minute.
You were thinking in human terms.
No, I wouldn't do that, no.
You were thinking in two human terms, I think, more than human.
No, it's much more. Look, I'm a biologist and trained as such, and I'm sorry, but the process of evolution you can see going on under your eyes, and that was denied for centuries. And you remember the great battle between the people after Darwin finally published. But I accept the method of ever-increasing complexity by a method of evolution. Whether it's natural selection or what, I don't know, that's a separate thing. But here we have everybody practically in the world, even the persons who like to set themselves aside and call themselves specifically scientists as opposed to, I suppose, as ordinary people, that we were created. Now, you can't have it both ways. Either there was creation, in which case we are nothing else but bioids. If the Almighty or anybody did start the whole thing, by the process of evolution or not, we are bioids. We are manufactured by thought or by anything else you like. Or otherwise, we just came about by mistake. You've got to make up your mind about that fundamental question. That is at the basis of all philosophy.
I deny that categorically on
Well, you can
every
deny it as
point
much as you
you have
like.
made, Ivan, because you are saying that if there is a creator, he is limited to means that you can perceive, and I will not even accept that. But now, wait a minute.
It was the creator he created.
I
no
listen to
creator
you,
he
Ivan,
created.
please. Will you listen to me?
I will indeed, yes.
The start may be a built-in thing, a part of the order of laws of the universe. It does not require a direct intercession on the part of the Creator after the universe and the universal laws are in operation. This is a perfectly feasible method of imagining things to happen. This means that you can have your bioid and your evolutionary animal as exactly the same thing.
Yes.
Either can happen, one can happen separately, or the other can happen separately.
That's really...
They are all essentially the same thing. It makes no difference.
I get your point, but in other words, I lean to the theory that there was creation initially. The method by which it was done is perfectly separate. But that actually makes us created objects. All of us, all living things, living and dead. And that is what all religions have believed. My father was quite a well-known Buddhist philosopher. He had studied the philosophy of Gautama Buddha, and that was his theory. We are all part of the universe.
Mr. Blocher is listening.
Yes.
Mr. Blocher. Yes, we have a telegram for
Did he have
you.
anything to do with the translation of the part?
No, Lex Mebin did.
No.
Restrictions prevent investigation of every report coming to our attention. In L.A., local members investigate for CSI when possible. Same applies to New Jersey reports. 4 capable CSI members did thorough investigation of Menger for CSI. Signed, Blocher. That's Ted Blocher. The quality or quantity of evidence sufficient to constitute proof is independent of the fantastic facts sought to be proven. In order to reach conclusion, utilize factual evidence and subject it to open expert examination on your program. Jerome D. Silberstein or Silberstein. And we have a couple of other telegrams here. Here's one in Latin, and very frankly, I do not understand it, so I'll let some of
It's
our...
a long time since I've tried reading Latin, but I'll try.
What about
This is from Hackettsville. Post canum stabis se mille passus meabis. With other words, after break, take a powder. Howard Lawrence.
Well, in 15 minutes we will.
I wonder if somebody would be kind enough... Oh, I see. In other words, after break, take a powder.
That's right.
Translated as for us. So very nice. Let me see. I believe your program interesting. 40 years ago, a figment of my imagination, did see little green gremlins.
We were a figment of his imagination 40 years ago?
Well, no,
Could
that was in
be.
another
That's come on,
incarnation.
cheer up.
Well, let's see. Here's one more. You want to read that one?
It's also from Howard Lawrence of Hackettsville. Eureka! Sighted little man in bottom of my cognac bottle. Isabella, the password, please.
I hope that our good friend J. Robert Mantler is listening, and I hope that J. Robert Mantler has a pencil in hand, because I know that J. Robert Mantler or Dave Field will want to take down this name and address. The name is John McCoy. Capital M-C, capital C-O-Y. Is this Assene or Assene? Assene. Assene Press. E-S-S-E-N-E. Assene Press. Corpus Christi, Texas. I think we should have 3 or 4 of the books entitled UFOs Confidential, written by George Hunt Williamson and John McCoy. And if we were to send them an airmail, not a special, but just an airmail letter, well, special will not help in a post office box.
No,
what are they going to do? Deliver it to the box? So,
Get there fast. Listen to Long John and receive valuable information free.
and if J. Robert Mantler has that information, I know by now he is typing out this letter, and we'll have an airmail stamp on it so that we will have these books in time to talk with the man who spoke with the Queen.
Well, now, that's the large order, what I'd like to have 8 listeners. I wouldn't even want to say what I want one listener to believe.
Well, tell us what you believe.
Well, I simply think that it would be very desirable if people would consider the facts, consider the statements and the reports before they become too dogmatic about them one way or another. One question that fascinates me in this whole problem is the resistance to the idea of extraterrestrial visitors. It began, of course, with a resistance to the idea of extraterrestrial craft arriving. There are many astronomers who say, yes, there is intelligent life on other planets, probably by the laws of probability, and perhaps someday there'll be one of these things come here. But then to take the next step and say, perhaps they have already come, this encounters a mysterious type of resistance, which I do not quite understand. Why there is this blocking, this kind of planting the feet and saying, oh yes, perhaps next week, but not yesterday. It couldn't have happened yesterday. I don't understand this. There's a reason for it.
Actually, I think the reasons for that are very, very simple. If you assume that 0.1% of the sightings are extraterrestrial craft, the distance traveled, the energy put out in reaching here would indicate that there must be an absolutely fantastic number of craft for each of the possible worlds in order to concentrate such a large number upon this earth at this time. As I have said repeatedly, if one saucer had been seen, I might say that yes, the probabilities are against it, but nevertheless, from all the worlds out there, and given enough time, one of them might reach us. But to have them dropping in regularly, as if this were a village store and they were simply coming from the outlying districts, completely negate all that we have ever learned about the amount of energy required, the distance required. The nearest star, remember, which is probably not habitable, is 4.5 light years away.
I'm sure the nearest star is not habitable at all.
The stellar system, then, if you want to put it that way.
Solar
system. Not stellar, solar system.
The solar system is Sol, which is actually the sun. There is one solar system. The others are stellar systems, properly.
No, so there are solar system.
Solar system is a system of stars.
Yeah.
Stellar
system is a system of
in any
stars.
event, it is the problem
have it your
of
own way.
time
I
and
disagree
distance.
with you because...